Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. It is Friday night and the mood is right. We get ready to get started with some good. Y'all know how we do. It's Friday. We just be chilling and just be having fun over here. Y'all know I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama in the house. Hey, Niambi. Hey, guests. Thanks for coming in. Please support the channel, subscribe, and hit the like.
Yes, ma'am. It's D to the O to the T to the S. What's up, y'all? Daughters of the Sea here. Happy Friday.
It is Friday, ain't it? Oh, sniggle. Welcome to the show. I'm Nisha.
Oh, sniggle snap now. Happy Friday. I'm Dulcinea.
TGIF. Thank Granny. Thank Granny it's Friday. Fuck the
That
bullshit.
is what that sounded like. Someone's grandma. I'm like, okay.
What you smoking tonight, Rod? What you smoking tonight?
You know what? I ain't even rolled me up nothing. I was out there.
I think that's your spinach. I call that your Popeye spinach because every time you're like really going in, that blunt comes out. I'm like, there you
go. Back to back, for real.
But sometimes I be smoking my cigars.
Oh, okay, yeah. What kind of cigars do you like?
Anything made by natives.
I was like, your lungs strong, not strong, but with the K, strong, because you're just puffing back to back. I'm like, my God.
No, sometimes it be a blunt, sometimes it be a cigar. I smoke Cheyennes right now.
Oh, you know what? While we on certain subjects, let me not forget to tell Dulcinea, and everybody needs to be careful because people have been going on our Facebook page and somebody used my name and picture and had nasty X-rated things come on OTKs. Then I got a call to get today from the Nation of Islam saying for us to unscramble my sisters to go on our Facebook page that somebody has been putting X-rated videos up on our page. Now I don't know what idiot is doing that, but I just want us to be aware of it because I had no idea that was even there. So
was it a formal or informal Nation of Islam call?
It was a call from Minister Roberts, so it was definitely a Nation of Islam call. They're personal friends of mine here in Delaware, and they said you need to go on your page and let the sisters know that y'all under attack. So we need to be careful.
Well, you just gave an answer to a question that I had in my mind that I was trying to figure out.
What was it? Oh Lord!
So I was scheduled to do Black Magic tonight at 9.
Okay.
And he ended up having a guest that was supposed to have been on last night. Had to postpone until today, so he asked me if I was all right with going on Monday, and I heard Mama say, "Yep," and I was like, "Yep." So when you called me, I called you back after I talked to Brother Rich. I was waiting on him, remember? And I said, "Well, I guess Big Mom." I told you, I said, "I guess Big Mom want me to come on with y'all tonight. I wonder what this all about."
Okay.
So listen. So Rod, listen. All right. So listen. So on Wednesday, we was just talking about this, but I was saying this. It was a classic, right? So we had we had Top One with us, right? Chief Legendary Top Cats one with us, or what have you, and that was a classic show. So for those of y'all who's coming in and y'all didn't see that yet, make sure you catch that. So it works out perfectly that you just came on Friday because it says open panel. When we're going to get into some things,
Yeah, it's a line. But let me say this really quick. It's not our page. So how social media works, I just checked out our page. It's not our page. But anyone can copy our page. So how people maneuver that is they go get blue checks. They're like, we're the official ones. I do work and we can talk about that later. But that's a process to be like, let us really be like, we're the official ones. And all these others are fake. Other than that, they just got to report it. Got to report it as fake.
Half them clone pages got a blue check.
Yeah, their blue checks are fake though. You got to know what the real ones look like.
It's just ridiculous. Like,
I already don't like social media, so for me to figure out what a blue check look like would make my give a fuck meter have to move.
I only know because work.
you gonna stop
My gas meter. So from here forward, y'all know what it is. When I say my gas meter, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I know exactly what you mean. Now, Dots, I think you went. Let me switch you because you said you and Dustin there, y'all be on fire. So I'm gonna come down here with Nene. That's what I'm gonna keep myself down here to stay safe. Because Dustin and Dots, when I say on fire, them two sisters, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, that's all I'm gonna say. That don't mess with them. That's all I'm
And
saying.
you don't put me right between the fire starters on the left and the right, huh?
I had to do it. I had to
You
do
home.
it.
You home, Rod. We got you. You know, when you wait. The best thing a man can
Hey,
do is
look,
survive.
I'm built for it, so no matter how it come, I can handle it.
Yeah, but you know,
Anyway,
that's the best
I
thing
was
to do.
I was just acknowledging that I was standing in the flames.
oh, they ain't no joke. I can tell you that.
You home.
Yep.
You home. You in good hands, right? We don't consider
Mhm.
you a foreigner. We don't consider you the enemy. So you good. You
Oh
good.
look, and Sister Freedom acting like she Rudy
Like she
Poot or
like
something.
right. You know, she don't. She don't.
I
Mama
get
don't
out the
know.
way when them two get started. I try to stay out the way because whew, they had to put me to some stuff. Me and Dulcie had a deep discussion a little earlier, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna let that little I'm gonna let her go on with it now. Now, Dot,
Uh-oh.
you said you had some questions that you wanted to start off with.
Well, those
Yeah,
first. Oh, go ahead, Mama.
you had already started
Oh,
asking me about classification.
That's what it
yeah,
was.
go ahead. Go into classification.
Oh, so okay. So the first question that I wanted to start out with was, well, you know how like when we talk about the misclassification, or you'll hear like the miseducation of the Negro, but the misclassification of the American Indian, who was once known as the Negro and X, Y, and Z. What does that mean to you? And can you talk about like the effects of that? What has been the effects of the misclassification?
The most powerful effect of being misclassified is all of the emerging chiefs forgot their culture and couldn't remember how to evict the imposters. So we had to live with it till one of us remembered enough of our old ways to piece the puzzle together. The reclassification was to make us totally believe we not from over here. So now we walking around automatically disoriented, wondering why I feel right being where I ain't from.
Right.
Then you realize that you really is from here. That's why you feel right, but the information they gave you was wrong. That's why you don't know why you feel right when you ain't from here, which you wasn't really from here.
That makes sense.
So I posted a video today. Sister went to Ghana, and she say when she got over there, they reminded her she was a foreigner.
Of course.
They reminded her she was a foreigner, and she said, we'll be all right if they didn't treat me like a foreigner. She said, but this don't feel like home.
Mm.
It's on my Instagram page if anybody want to go through my last couple of posts. But she actually saying that she went back to Ghana thinking she was going home and realized she's a foreigner. She ain't from there. I've been saying this for the longest, and people think I'm stir crazy when I say it because they believe they're Africans. But I be telling them, I be like, look, you go to Africa. If you believe you from Africa and if you feel like you at home, find your tribe. Right? Because we gonna tribe up over here according to what symbols or totem animals or cultural phenomenon we gonna find one of them to rally around as our culture. Whether we use the music, whether we use the art, the dance, we gonna rally around this in every part of the land, trying to remember who we is so we can wake from the slumber. It's over now. Showtime. All these sisters waking up, they waking up so fast that you can't put them back to sleep now. You can't kill 10 or 50 of them and think that you can stop this now. It's too far gone. See, before they would be able to kill us to make us not remember, they take the ones remembering and kill them. Right? But Big Mama said turnabout is fair play. If they did it to us, we authorized to do it to them. Then they start talking that peace talk. But it's the reclassification had a specific psychological effect, but the implications is sociological in scope. Because of the disorienting of the individual, when the individual get around other disoriented individuals, it makes that that circuit more functional as a sociological expression of the group. So you got all of us walking around in a state of delusion, believing we from somewhere we ain't from, trying to fit into somewhere that don't belong here. Other people's culture being imposed up on our people. All this comes from reclassification.
Right.
Right? So they telling us who we is, but they won't never give us the rightful opportunity to discover it for ourselves. They don't want the children to go out and play in the field because the trees start talking to us again. They don't want that to happen. They don't want the children to remember they can talk to the animals. They don't want the children to remember that the rivers can talk to them, the streams, the creeks, the rain, the hurricanes, the wind, the birds in the trees chirping, singing a song. They don't want the children to know we can still communicate with nature because we weren't with nature. So they put them in a Skinner box and hear a Pavlovian response bell up there and tell them they at school. And school is from shul, and shul is from Sheol, and Sheol translated as hell into English. So you take them away from the, Dick Gregory. Baba Gregory said school is an abomination to the spirit. Right? I read somewhere where somebody said education is the raping of freedom. I'm like, what is they talking about? They talking about the systems.
That's right.
Then we got to go back. Well, who's educating us? We don't know who educating us. We don't know what we've been taught to do. Trace right back to the Rothschilds. So they got their hand in your pocket economically with the central banks. They got their ithophallic in your brain with miseducation, right? Then they giving you misrepresentation of yourself in the arts and entertainment, right? Then they stealing your health slowly through poisonous agents by the use of medical facilities and food manufacturing facilities as chemical warfare. They create viruses in laboratories, but they tell us they not turning them loose on the people. But then when somebody get caught, they say, oh, that's just the Chinese that do that. We don't do that over here. But 50 years later, when the documents come out, we find out about MK Ultra. We find out about the Tuskegee experiment. They can't figure out how we keep becoming immune to everything they throw at us. So they throw more stuff at us to study our developing immune to whatever they threw at us. Then they found out we have healers in our community, so they start killing off Dr. Sabi. Anybody like him. He ain't the only one. We act like Dr. Sabi, the only one of the healers that was taken by the system. Maybe we should do a little more research. Remember the brother, last name Africa, he wrote the herbal book.
Layla Africa. Dr. Layla Africa.
Where he at?
Gone. He transcended.
Yeah.
How they tell us he died?
I probably can't remember. It was something he ate or something, right?
Google it. Google it. Watch. Just Google it. They take he ain't the only one. Right? They all over the country. How they say?
Wait a minute.
While she's looking at, while she's doing that real quick, I want to touch on that point you made, about the sister you mentioned, that was sharing her experience when she went to Ghana thinking she was going home, because they know I've said that so many times. We've talked about that a few times, and I was saying, like, that was a money grab. Let's be very clear, okay? And as much as you think that you could put on a dashiki, you put on a dashiki, and you
Which
think
ain't
that
African, by the way. I want y'all to know that dashikis is not African.
Come on. Okay.
It's
So
actually Southwestern United States culture if you want to get down to where it's at. But we gonna go ahead with what you said, sister. I ain't gonna interrupt you.
slow walk that. But yeah, right. So they think you put it on the daishiki and you go, and you think that when you touch down, you're gonna feel this, oh my God, the drums are gonna start, you get off the plane and you being, welcome. Like, that is not how that rock, okay? Because I know when I was in Tanzania, me and my sister, when I went to Africa or what have you, East Africa, the bottom line is they call you sister, but what they want is your US dollar. Okay? That's what they want. And they're also very clear on the fact, that we ain't them and they ain't us. That's a Snapple fact. We have so many, I know two sisters that went to the Gambia and came, two sisters that went to the Gambia thinking they were repatriating over there, came back home. One of them actually got killed. Thought she, went over there. Stella got her groove back, found the Gambian man. Like I said, we ain't that. He wanted your money. And unfortunately, you came home in a coffin. That's real. And I grew up around lots of Africans because I'm from Harlem. I don't live there anymore, but I was born and raised in Harlem. It's in the blood. You understand? And they have always seen themselves.
Okay, now I got to ask you some questions, sister. You brought it up now. You from Harlem and you grew up around the Africans in the area. The Africans that I ran across from varying different countries with degrees tell me that we from over here. Any of them brothers and sisters from Africa up there where you grew up tell us that we was already here?
That's a Snapple fact. But they also look down on us, right? They see themselves as more educated. They see themselves as more hardworking, more better, right? And even when I think of growing up in Harlem, and those of you, hey, Brother Locke, those of you from New York City, tell me if I'm lying, right? But I've shared this with y'all before, where from 125th, right? From from the west side of 125th, right? All the way down to the east side of 125th, it used to be nothing but African vendors. And they would segregate themselves by their nation and by their tribe, right? So like the Ghanaians stayed separate, the Senegalese had a block, the Gambians had a block, for example. And they kept themselves very separate. You couldn't tell them that they were just African. That's not how that should rock. That's not what they thought. You understand? Right? But also realizing that they never saw us as them. Never.
See, our biggest. What'd you say, Sister Spring?
No, you know what? I have looked on several things. Now, it's not saying how he transcended to rebirth. It doesn't say how he passed on or why.
And that's not suspicious. We just supposed to accept that he just crossed over with no cause, no underlying sickness, no illness.
His wife said he lived on his own terms.
That don't mean he died on his own terms.
And that he told her to tell everyone that he passed on his own terms. I mean, who passes on their own terms? I don't know.
Well, you can actually, if your life's work has been complete, you have an option to exit the physical form.
Right.
But if you ain't done with your work, you can kick and scream. Look, I went into the Astrals one night. I did a video about this when it happened. It was fresh. I tried to get out of here. I've seen the exit. And my mom and daddy was at the exit time. Where you think you going? Y'all ain't supposed to know about this exit. My mama say, you better check out your man. I told you I'd be with you all the time. That's what she used to always say to us. And I was like, oh. She said, you got work to do. You just getting started. I say, just getting started. I'm tired. She said, you better go play James Cleveland.
Long way to go. You got a long way
She
to go.
told me, look, she told me you better go play James Cleveland and remember what I told you. And the next couple of weeks later, I was saying, I ain't no ways tired.
Wow.
But then I seen what the struggle was, what I was faced with, because I had got to a point where this didn't make sense because it was like treading water. But then when I seen the vision start coming in, I started, okay, oh, that's what that is. That's what that means. Okay, I just keep going until I run to the dead end.
Right. You have to, because you know what? Sometimes I want to give up, but I just can't. One thing I can say is that the spirit is moving with this information. It's everywhere, all over YouTube. People, I mean, wherever you go, wherever I go now, I'm asking people questions, and everyone is saying the same thing. And the only thing, what did your grandmother tell you that y'all were African when you was little? They said no, every last one of them, even in Rite Aid today, Walgreens, excuse me. I asked 4 people standing there. One young man was dark. I mean, dark, beautiful complexion. He said my grandmother always told us we was Cherokee. Nobody said no. In their faces, when I said it, like they like no. Mm-mm. Ain't nobody ever told us we was African. I'm
See,
not. They always say I'm not saying nothing about Africans, but
yeah, but they think because we say we not from Africa, we got a problem with Africans.
yeah, and that's not the case, and will never be the case.
Now,
Nobody
no,
has
no,
any.
they got did the same way we got did. Why would we have a problem with them? They not the enemy.
They not the enemy.
But the enemy look like them, but they ain't them. Just like they over here, they look like us and they ain't us.
Right.
And
Right.
that's why they keep trying to say we the same people. So that we can be confused about who they is when they telling us we from somewhere else, and then they saying that this is their land in their ancient country. But it ain't
I'm.
no ancient map with no names on there.
I don't even think we. Nisha, I sent you a video, just a little short thing. Did you get it?
Let me check. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Can you share it?
Um, let me see if I can send it to my email. Hold on.
Walaikum wa assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That sounded pretty fluent Arabic you were speaking there.
I'm Muslim. I ain't never put it. I ain't never denied it. Now I ain't practicing right now, but 26,
See, that's
And
27.
the
that's
thing that a lot of people don't understand about our culture. We're allowed to be whatever we want to be as long as we make it our own. We can't be Arabs.
I'm not trying to be Arab though. I'm trying,
Exactly. But as
but I, for the sake of Allah, it's definitely not for the sake of anybody's Arabs. I do
right,
not respect how they have treated our people. I do not respect how they treat African people. I do not respect it.
it's
It's
not
simple.
respectable. That's why.
I've heard some
It
horrible
ain't like
stories.
they was look, it ain't like they was over there giving them
You know,
some of that oil money.
Islam is one thing. A person is another. Now, I
A
draw the line.
prime example of what I'm talking about is Elijah Muhammad taught Islam, but he didn't teach Arab Islam.
That I will send a prophet to every nation. And I think that Elijah Muhammad was sent to us, okay, because we needed to have knowledge of self. We needed to be proud of ourselves because we have been through so much. We have been through so much. We needed somebody to tell us that we had power to control our mental state of mind and that
That's
we've been
not
controlled as puppets. We
that's
need
not
it. No
that's
different from
not even bringing in the fact that the information, the way that he was teaching it, it was to be a catalyst for greater teaching in the future, and it wasn't supposed to be anything more than seeds.
I must agree. I must agree. But what I can say about myself, even studying under the Salafi, I've never left the nation. I've always studied with both. I just always have. I was always drawn to the nation, just drawn to it.
There's so
So
much.
even
There's
though
so much in there that we ain't unpacked yet.
I hear and love them to death, and they are my biological family. That's the imam and his wife. But I still could not pull from the nation. I could not pull myself from it, no matter how much they try to tell me, oh, the nation ain't really Muslims, or the nation is that and another. I would still be drawn to them. I couldn't help it.
But they always say the nation ain't really Muslims because they don't practice Arab versions of Islam.
But
We ain't supposed to.
there's
We're supposed to.
dialects, several different dialects. That I got some of my best teaching from the nation. It taught me to be proud of who I am.
Look,
So people might have their own minds on what they thought, but I'm glad I had the teaching of both. And I ain't never been no Arab chaser. That's one thing I ain't never been.
I have a question. I want to get back to the reclassification thing while Misha's pulling up the share that piece. Can you talk about the role that the census played? You know, the United States Census, we know when it started in 1790 and there was only 2 classifications one year. And then over time, you know, the reasons why different classifications appeared. Can you speak to that?
well, you got to remember, when the settlers came, everybody that came from Europe, no matter what they looked like, was white on paper. But everybody who was already here, they classified them as black. When the people that was here said, no, I'm not black. I'm Native American. I'm an Indian, right? I'm what you people call Indians. And then they'd write it on the census, but the census takers would change it, right? So now a whole Native family then been reclassified as something they not because of the census takers. All this is recorded information that even have in Library of Congress even have photographs of those census pages where they scribble out Indian, put a line through Indian and write black or Negro. Right over the years, this is what the census takers was doing. All that's part of their program to reclassify us. So they was in on it too. There is no part of what we call the United States government that wasn't implicit in the erasing of who we are and the reclassification us to who they want us to claim to be. All parts, from the military to politics to the religions, they all was in on it. Ain't no clean hands in America when it comes to reclassifying us. Every one of them is a dirty hand. Every part of the government, your local government, city, because we know under the original culture, the mayor was the mother of the town. But they told us that a mayor is whoever sit in that seat. You can't just sit in that seat in our culture. That's the town mother's seat. And her and the mothers know what the children in the community need better than all of the men who supposed to be out fighting wars and building empires. And all of this was the part of reclassification. Your county government, your state government, the one that they call the governor, that's supposed to be the grand matriarch of the area, where all of the so-called mayors would come to and they would discuss an issue that needed to be resolved on a bigger scale than the local matriarch was capable of dealing with. That's the longhouse. It's the longhouse in our community where the mothers sit around and solve the problems. and they bring in the smartest of the men as they advisors, but we can't tell them what to do. The last say go to Big Mama,
Let me
the
say this
tribal
too.
mother.
I'm sorry. Let me say this too, Vi. Was what I said the other night. If they knew we were Africans, why did we go through so many name changes before we got to African American? We went through Cherokee, which is a status. We went through Negro. We went through colored. We went through black. And then we got to African American, two separate types of people, African and American. So we run around here, we don't see the trick mind that they play with us. We run around and say, I'm African American. No, you either African or you American. And they did that on purpose. Another trick that they set up for you to now take yourself out of who you are. Now I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, because that's some really opened up a fiery subject, that reclassification. We don't even see people been
And I
playing.
want you to, after he does that, I want you to share my screen, Freedom.
I did too. That's why I just asked Nisha. So after you do that,
I got it up. I'm waiting on you.
Wait a minute, real quick, Dots. Someone asked me about the difference between Elijah Muhammad and did he teach us about Big Mama and this and other. Well, here's the difference between Arab Islam and the nation. Arab Islam teach the man that he's over top of the woman and to disrespect the woman, rather she's a child or rather a grown woman. Where Elijah Muhammad's teaching teaches you you're no higher than your woman, that you are to protect the female entity. So see, it's two separate entities. So I would think that Elijah Muhammad was teaching more on a Big Mama schedule.
Claire Muhammad was the Big Mama of the day. In case y'all didn't know.
Claire Muhammad.
Claire Muhammad.
Claire Muhammad.
Yes.
Look, Massafar Muhammad. It's an old thing they did in the Prince Hall Lodges when they started whitewashing everything.
Real with it. I gotta be real. You know I love you, but I have to be real with that. I got to be real with it. Even though there's certain things in Islam that say something about your mother, we see how the women are treated in them Arab countries and over in Africa and different places. We see how the children are treated. So I'm gonna skip that subject. I just wanted to make sure I answered that question. I'm gonna let you go ahead on and take back the floor. Did you want me to play what we pulled, or did you want to answer that question?
It don't matter. It's up to you.
That if they knew that we were African, why they call us all those things before we got to African American?
Yeah, play what you. I guess play it because I want you to share the source I wanted to pull up.
Okay, I hope I can do this. Or do I just? How do you get it to play, y'all?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait a minute. It seemed like you did it, but I don't have the control.
Well, I sent it to. I also had sent it to.
Oh, you can't. Hold on.
Pause.
Hold on.
You know.
Let me see if I could go back.
No, right there. I see the little thing up top. Maybe that's it.
Race and skin color are really a red herring. We all think that all black people are the same, basically, but they're not. Africans and Negroes are different. They have a different skeletal structure, different skull shape. And one interesting thing is African people, real Africans, cannot grow hair like Negroes can. So African men cannot grow beards. All right? African women cannot grow afros. Right? It's a very powerful thing. If you see real African women, you'll see that they've always got very, very short hair.
If you truly study this is facts. We've been telling y'all that Africans and Black Americans are not the same people.
Africans and Negroes are two different peoples.
I'm gonna take it off. Take it off. I didn't
Okay.
want to play too much of it.
All right.
I didn't want to play too much of it. Okay.
I got you.
But I just wanted y'all to hear that. That's
I just said the same thing the last time I was on here, that the Africans don't grow facial hair
you did say
naturally.
that. You did. True Africans. Now keep in mind, some of us went over into Africa, was paid to go and start families over into Africa. Just saying. And I know wherever you are, if you're on the boardwalk, you at the farmers market, Cowtown, wherever you are, and you see them, you can tell the difference. You can almost pick them out. You
You
know
know,
that they're African.
the scientists don't even classify us. They call the stock that we from Negrito, and they call the stock that the African from's Negro. Distinctively two different people, and then they explain the characteristics of each. I'm just saying, we was already here.
And it's no disrespect because as it states in the Quran, Allah made different tribes that we may come together and learn from each other. What's the problem? Why can't it just be that the Americans are different people?
Look,
I'm
we
just
are
saying, because
we
of our comparison.
but it's not just that, because like I said before, as we went across the land, we had all skin complexions over here before we ever even heard of a name Columbus. We didn't have racism before white supremacy was thrust upon us.
And Dulcie put
We
me down on that too. It wasn't just white supremacy, or it wasn't no white supremacy because of the label of white. No such thing as white people. But here's the thing: keep in mind, the Spaniards enslaved a lot of people as well. So it wasn't just white supremacy.
when I say white supremacy, everybody automatically think pale faces.
Right.
Some Negroes, Zenji wrote white supremacy, and it's called Protocols of Zion, and it's called Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike. They used to tell me, didn't nobody sit down and write white supremacy? Yes, they did. They just don't call it that openly. But the doctrine can be parallel, or you can use the society and go through the checklist of the elements of white supremacy as it's written in the Protocols of Zion, and everything in there, what they said they was going to do. They say that's a mythological piece of work, but everything in there that they said they was going to do in the protocols is everything they doing to us in real life. We would be some damn fools to think otherwise when we can see it. It's written on the paper, and then they doing it in the society. The morals and dogma. They told you about the wars that they was going to start. They started them, fought them, and we still don't believe it. But we believe that somebody named Jesus with a stringy hair looking like a hippie gonna come surfing on a cloud like a surfboard with a Philharmonic orchestra behind him to rescue us from somebody that they call the devil, that's red with a pitchfork and a long tail. That's the fairy tale.
That is the fairy tale. I agree. That's at least if you have that's it came out. I had it up there and it came out. That's on the web. Can you hear me, Dots?
She on mute, so even if she talking, we can't hear her.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, sorry about that, y'all. I was trying to. I had two sources up, but I'll share. I want to go over one real quickly. 1 second. Now I gotta find where y'all are. Lord Jesus, I have so many tabs open. Give me a second, y'all. Y'all can keep talking. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. Okay, I'm not. Do you guys see where it says race in the census, the Negro controversy?
It started off where it said American Indians were not identified as such until 1860. Okay. The rest of it is up higher.
1 second then. Give me a minute. Because I done showed this source several times. So you know what I'm gonna do? I shared the wrong one. Give me a second. I'm gonna share something that I didn't share before. Hold on. Bear with me. Nisha, if you have a question while I'm pulling this up, so it's not like a dead space, whoever you want to say something, go ahead. Let me just figure this out. Because I have a lot of tabs open, y'all.
Go on here, handle your business. But look, the whole thing is about classification and disassociation of a birthright.
Okay.
We got the birthright to the land. You on mute, Sister Freedom.
All right, Freedom. I think I have it. After he's done.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Dulcinea.
Right. Yeah, we have a lot of things. Sorry, Rod. We get rid of them. Share my screen when he's done. Freedom.
Go ahead, you share it.
Okay, so do y'all see where it says race in the census, the Negro controversy?
Yep.
Okay, bear with me, but I do want to just read. It's not long, okay? But to the question that I had asked him initially about the misclassification of the American Indian or the misclassification of the quote unquote Negro. Okay, again, this comes from the Pew Research Center. Here we go. The topic of racial identification on census forms has a long, fascinating history, which has generated fresh debate as the 2010 census begins. Why, some ask, does the form include the word quote unquote Negro along with quote unquote Black and quote unquote African American among the options that Americans can choose for their self-identification? Isn't that term out of date? Why do I hear back chat? As you can see, somebody has to mute up. I hear a lot of back chat. As you can see from the review that follows here, racial terms have come in and out of favor from one decade to the next. There was a similar debate about quote unquote Negro in the 2000 census, as there have been about other race terms in previous census years, because as you guys know, race is a social construct. Before 1960, census takers filled out the enumeration forms and chose the category for each American they counted. So to Rod's point earlier, for those of you who that was here, right? Basically, it was based on lookership. It wasn't based on what the person themselves identified themselves as. It was based on lookership. It was based on what the census takers, or the enumerators, as they called them, saw you as, right? So just starting out with the basic foundation is false, okay? They use a detailed set of instructions from the government, key points of which are listed below. The 1960 census was a transitional year in which census takers chose the race for some Americans, and others self-identified from a list of categories. From 1970 to 1990, most Americans filled out their own forms and checked off a race category for themselves. Starting in 2000, they could choose more than one, right? But from 1970 to 1990, again, it wasn't as if the classifications that was listed on the United States Census was accurate, right? You selected what was there. All right. When the census began in 1790, the racial categories for the household population, pay attention, y'all, were quote unquote free white persons, other free persons by color, and quote unquote slaves, right? Census takers did not use standard forms in the early censuses. From 1850 to 1880, the codes for enumerators were generally white W, black for B, and mulatto for M. Beginning in 1850, the data item was labeled quote unquote color. In 1870, Chinese and Indian were added. In 1880, the data item was not labeled, it was whether this person is or not. In 1890, Japanese, quadroon, and octoroon were added. In 1900, there was no specified categories on the census listing form, but the instructions called for the enumerators to list W for white, B for black or Negro descent, CH for Chinese, JP for Japanese, or IN for Indian, as the case may be. There was no mention of quadroon or octoroon. I'm going to skip that, go to the next paragraph. In 1910, the data item was called color or race for the first time. Pay attention, y'all. 1910, the data item was called color or race for the first time. The instructions allowed for MU for mulatto and OT for other, with an instruction to write in the race. B was called black only. Okay, let me go to this paragraph to where we talk about the Indian. In 1920, there were no changes. In 1930, there were specific instructions that used the term Negro. So persons who were mixed, quote unquote, white and Negro blood were to be counted as Negro, no matter how small the share of Negro blood. We already know that one drop rule. Let's go. Persons who were mixed white Indian were to be counted as Indian, except where the percentage of Indian blood was very small, or where he or she was regarded as white in the community. But as I said before, y'all, it was based on lookership. It wasn't based on what the person identified or knew themselves as. It was based on what the US census taker decided you look like. Okay? Okay. In 1940, the only change was the elimination of Mex for Mexicans, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to just quickly show you guys, this last paragraph. Beginning in 1960, the Census Bureau began to use forms similar to the ones that we use today, with a single form for an entire household rather than having multiple households included on the form completed by an enumerator. Okay? Census forms were mailed to most people, but census takers were the ones who picked them up. Okay? Note that black did not appear on the form. Interesting. The instructions call for census takers to complete the race item by observation. Let me read that again. The instructions called for the census takers to complete the race item by observation, lookership, and directed that Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, or other persons of Latin descent would be classified as quote unquote white, unless they were definitely quote unquote Negro, quote unquote Indian, or some other race. Okay. Now, I just wanted to, and it's 3 more paragraphs, but I'll stop there. I just want to hear your thoughts on what I just read. Rod, you have the floor.
The question at this point is not if they was reclassifying us or wrongfully classifying us or misidentifying us. The question is what their motive was. What was the aim and objective of saying that the people that was here is somebody that they got written in their definitions as being from somewhere else? It goes to birthright. And a lot of people don't understand that it's not about us just don't want to claim anything dealing with Africa. We love Africans and African culture. Their food is different from ours. A lot of our food is imported now. Most of the Southwestern cuisine is closer to what we ate. But as you move through different areas of the land, we ate according to the conditions of the weather patterns of the land and the particular food stocks available where we was at. So some people was vegan, but some people wasn't. Right now, vegans is a cult. Because if you ain't a vegan, then you got to be some horrid person. And then what you eat has nothing to do with the type of person you is. But you can't tell that to a vegan. And then they'll talk so bad about you, and half of them used to be carnivores and don't remember they went through a whole psychological conversion to stop eating meat. They didn't just wake up one morning and they didn't have a taste for it. They stopped eating it because somebody convinced them that that's what they want. It's the same with the classification. The classification created the cults of nationalities, citizenship. Those are all slave designations that we believe indicate some kind of freedom. Sovereign is the only people that got freedom. If you're anything less than a sovereign, you don't have freedom. So you can take your nationality, you can take your citizenship, any other ships you want to get on, but you still somebody's slave. That's why these relationships ain't working, because both people think they own the other person. They slave owners. And I'd be doggone if my Negro get out of line before I correct them.
That's right.
This is what's wrong with the relationships. We functioning in the relationship from the slave master's man. This is what Elijah Muhammad was telling us. Stop thinking like the slave master. Because he dictating everything that we doing by us following everything he told us to do. He gave us a blueprint to get out of the condition, but the problem is it just dug us deeper into the condition. That's the part nobody don't get. If you use his system to escape his system, he's trapping you deeper in his system like quicksand. You got to go back to the tribal structure if you want freedom.
That's right. And the reason why I also wanted to just share that, right, but share that source, whatever, is because, to Freedom's point, in a heartbeat, we will hear folks say, I don't care what Big Mama told you, right? It's what the source say, or it's what the books say, right? But we just showed you in black and white, right? That even with the United States Census and how they were identifying and misclassifying the American Indian, right, is based on a fallacy. It was based on lookership. But yet you have the audacity, you have the niggeracity, right? You have the niggeracity, right? To your point, slave master. So sorry, y'all, to use this word, but nigger, right? That's the mindset. How dare you?
Look, you preaching to the choir right now. I feel everything you just said. Because some of these, we be forgetting that some of these people were descendants of the same ones that told on us trying to get freedom. That's the part we keep forgetting. And you go back and you look up the biggest rebellions and how they was quelled by the enemy, they gonna always say somebody looked like us spoiled the rebellion. Prosser, even in the fictitious story in Nat Turner, every last one of the stories, the only ones that died from the direct hand of a pale face is Martin Luther King and Medgar Evers. The rest of them, some Negroes did that. Didn't no pale faces kill Malcolm? Didn't no pale faces kill Clarence 13X? There wasn't no pale faces that ran up in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's house and killed half his family while he was on the road playing basketball. We don't want to talk about that, though. We want to act like they ain't there. And that's why we can't get free, because we keep entertaining the reality that they gave us to make us look in the wrong direction for the source of the problem. It always goes to motive. What is they trying to do? What difference do it make what we classified on paper? What difference do it make in 2025, 2024? What difference did it make in 1860 when they started really getting down off into it? What was the purpose? They wasn't trying to feed these people, so they wasn't counting them for their purposes. Go back to Leviticus. Number the people, all the people of the land. So we need to know how many people we got to kill. It's right there in Leviticus. They're telling you why they even came up with a census. They need to know how many people to enlist in their military. Right? You going to fight a war that you ain't got nothing to do with the cause of. And they call it fighting for your country. America is not our country. America came and settled on top of our country. America came and interfered with the life of the people of the land when they came. They got people believing that when they got here, it was all woods and forests. And every now and then, some tribe pop up out of nowhere and say, who is you and where you from? It don't work like that. First of all, we had castles all over the place. They still here. They just makeshifted them in state buildings, mental institutions, and prisons, but we act like they just built them. We didn't need prisons before they came. Now all of a sudden we need prisons. Who need prisons? A police state, because they need somebody to put the ones they capture. So they got to create a prison. We solved the problem. We didn't let the problem linger on while you sitting in a cage for 30 years. No, the problem lasting too long at that point. Solve the problem. That's the tribal way. Solve the problem. You're not finna punish this man forever. You either he gonna do something to remedy his situation, and if he deserves death, we just gonna go and chop his head off. We're not finna be torturing people for 35, 40 years. That's bad energy on the land. We don't want that stuff lingering. You got to go back to the culture.
That's right. Niche?
I don't have anything at this moment.
So I do have a question. So when we're talking about like people changing our classifications or and everything, and we don't really have a clear view of who we are, what about the other people that are here? We tend to sum up like the Mexicans that are here and the white people that are here and everything, but do we know who they truly are, and do we know who our enemies truly are?
We know who majority of everybody on the land is. It only take us a minute to know that they ain't from over here, or if they got some of the blood from the tribes, you could tell. When you got pale faces doing the bus stop, not missing the beat, they got some blood. They done been amalgamated somewhere. They forgot about the rape campaign when the sisters was being raped and having the babies. And then they forgot about after the so-called emancipation, when we was able to be trustees prisoners on the land instead of bondage prisoners, the ones who could pass dipped into the other society in order to escape the persecution of the ones that was darker. Where they all go? Where they at today? So even when you go to Southwestern America and you go into Mexico, there's still Afro-Mexicans that's been there way before Columbus came. They down there still practicing their tribal traditions, all up in the hills. Emilio Zapata, pull him up. Look at his hair. He was the leader of the real revolution of the islands. He was the one who influenced Che Guevara. He was the same one Pancho Villa sold out. But we don't want to talk about the sellouts. We want to glorify the sellouts. No, Emilio Zapata is the one. Pancho Villa was celebrated by the culture after he sold out Zapata. Go look it up. I ain't making it up. Look up the Zapatista Liberation Army. They still there. They never stopped fighting. Even after their leader was killed, they still never stopped fighting to this day. They still in the mountains, Zapatista. Still, when the settlers come up there, they give them the business so they don't go up there messing with them no more. They already gave them the warning. And the question is, why do Chief Pontiac all the way in Michigan know more about the Zapatista than the Mexicans? So we got to know who's who on the land, because I know where they all at and how they move.
She dropped down. She'll be right back up. So Freedom.
Yes, I'm here. I just had it on mute. I don't know if you had answered the question that I asked you. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about it. I hate to have to repeat it, but I'm going to ask it again. What was the main reason? And I know it's what Dots is talking about, the classification, to fool us, to trick us, to mentally just take us away from who we truly are. But did you ever answer the question that I asked about why so many names before being called African American? And like I said, I think that that's another form of trick mind. But if you did answer it, could you answer it again for the people that have just
We never got to the answer. We never got to the answer.
Okay.
Look,
Because
If
like I
you
said,
look at the intervals, if you look at the intervals between each name change, it was about 20 years on average. And that's just long enough for the next generation to be re-instructed to keep us confused. It's a flea flicker. It's a trick play. It's a razzle dazzle.
mm,
It's a 3-card money. It's the 3 shell game. I'm gonna give you all these different names and you're gonna pick one. But ain't none of them got nothing to do with you. Right? Then they got what they call catch terms that also add to the confusion. Because the catch terms is designed to group multiple tribes under one banner, like Cherokee. The root tribes to Cherokee, the Aniwaya, and it's another one I can't. They hard to pronounce. I don't know English, but these was the root tribes, and then all of the tribes was adopting settlers, and then the government was saying, well, since he looked like the ones we put in power, we gonna have him sign the treaty. Then he wasn't authorized to sign the treaty. Your president can't declare him a chief just so he could sign the treaty. And that's what they was doing. All this is to disassociate us from the land. And you can thank Jesse Jackson for the African American moniker. He went to all of the so-called leaders of the day and said we need to be called African American, and they fell for it. And all of the Rainbow Coalition and the Operation Push and the NAACP and all of those what we call bourgeoisie organizations all jumped on board because Jesse said that, and we was putting a lot of trust in Jesse. Go back and pull up the song "Run Jesse Run." It's like 2-3 versions of it when he was running for president, where all of the celebrities was supporting him. And all the time, he wasn't trying to do nothing but get another bag. It's all about the money. Him and his son wrote a book, and he flat out to you on the cover. It's all about the money.
But what
just like he got that back.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just like he got that brown paper bag after the assassination of Martin Luther King. He wasn't the only one. It was about 7 Christian preachers involved in Martin Luther King's assassination and setup that was intricately involved. And they all got a big paper bag full of money when it was over with. And it all came out in the lawsuit.
But
so they ain't like they can hide because we know who they is now.
No, I was going to say they had to find a way to romance it, because I just can't imagine, because then I would start to think that we are our own worst enemy again, that we have allowed every time they want to change it, we just go along with the change, or we romance it for whatever reasons we make good of what they gave us bad, even including religion. Black, I'm black and I'm proud. Everything that they give us or put upon us, we willingly take. Why? Why are they romantic for us to just sit back and take this?
When I look back and I found out that the reference to black was to the ones who was actually fighting actively in the war against the ones classified as free white persons in law, that cleared it all up for me. Just because they classify all of the warrior priest clans, the Black Wolf clan, the Black Eagle clan, the Black Hawk clan, the Black Leopard, which is the Black Panther clan. And then they just said, dropped all of the totem animals off and just said black, which was actually not talking about the same thing as the European language is talking about, but that's the closest they could come up with in the translations. Because remember, we wasn't speaking English, French, German, Portuguese, Spanish. We weren't speaking none of that when they came over here. All of a sudden, now we Hebrews, and we spoke Hebrew before they came over here. And we didn't even know what the Bible was before 1492. So make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
If we didn't know what the Bible was, then we didn't know what Hebrew was, because we became Israelites and Hebrews through biblical doctrination that was brought over here. Everybody want to be classified as the chosen people of God. And as soon as God chooses the people, that means everybody else is destined to die right now. Ain't nobody living but the ones God chose.
Wait, you
Well,
got
everybody that's breathing right now is chosen by God, or they wouldn't be breathing.
I like how you said that. Everybody want to be the chosen one. I like how you said that.
Yeah. It's a justification for the suffering inflicted. In order for me to suffer this bad, I got to be chosen by God. Therefore, my deductive reason, I got to be a Hebrew Israelite, because that's the only place where I find that God chose somebody to be better than everybody else. And these are the ones that are doing all of the miscreant activities of a derelict and a deviant, and God chose them. That don't make sense to me. And then they turn around and say God chose the righteous people. Why he choose the righteous people when the people that say that they chosen is doing all the dirt?
Right.
That don't make sense to me. They the ones behind all the wars. They funding both sides of them. They hiding out in caves all over the world because they don't want the real people to see them and recognize them for who they is. They live in gated communities when they live around people that look like them, so they don't get mixed up as being the same people.
Right. Malcolm said it. What did Malcolm say about Plymouth Rock?
We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. That goes to
that's what you were saying about America. America ended up landing on us. Came with their nonprofit organization called the United States.
The Mayflower was the Plymouth. And the crash site is memorialized with a rock called the Plymouth Rock. This was the justification for the King of England to park a ship in the Bay of DC. The Navy then ran them out of there. Now they can't come back, because this is where they was collecting all of the birth certificates in the registration certificates. Before there was birth certificates, they was having you register to be a citizen. It was the equivalent of a birth certificate before the birth certificate, but you could get one as an adult because they was establishing a stronghold on the land. So you had to go file for citizenship. Just like an immigrant. If you wanted to work, you needed your free papers, your state ID, your driver's license, so you can work in the slave colonies called the Americas. They told us they were slave colonies. I don't know why we act like this is something different now, 400 years later, because they wear uniforms and make them more legitimate than the ones from the land who walk around. We don't wear feathers every day. That was ceremonial dress, and they exaggerated feathers all over us. Like, come on, man, be serious.
I want you to get into. I just want you to speak on about the origins of the Kente, the dashikis, right? Please do that. And the origins of that and where that come from, and then I want to get into the miseducation of the Negro and talk about the slave trade a little bit.
You know what a poncho is?
Of course.
Okay, they have us believing that that's Spanish God. But you're not going to find nobody in the ancient pictures of Spain. They got drawings, paintings. None of them going to have on a poncho. A dashiki was a lighter fabric used to make a poncho. This is a southwestern tribal dress that you can still see painted in the pyramids in southern Mexico. The dashiki is not African. You got to remember, until the settlers went over there, the majority of Africans was topless. You can't remember, it get like 110 degrees over there in some of them countries. But we don't look at the history of like how people dress 2 years ago. We just took it that during the Black Power movement of the 60s and the 70s, and us wearing the dashiki and saying "What's up, brother," that we thought that meant that was an African garb. That's not African in origin. It's just like a sundress. Women over here created the sundress. That's not an African dress. They wore different types of skins and grasses as clothes. They didn't wear weaved fabrics like we was wearing. They was wearing their own. They had their own culture. You got to remember, cotton comes from America. It was transported to Egypt thousands of years ago, but it originated over here. That's why cotton farming was so common, because it was routine over here already. We all of this stuff is to confuse who we are to us. They already know who we is. They not arguing if we indigenous to the land or not. They arguing as if we aware of it. While we arguing whether we from Africa, what religion we is, what political party we belong to, all of that stuff, the divide and conquer tactics that they've been using, they don't argue over none of it because they laughing at us fighting over those petty differences that they created in order to keep us have us so busy fighting about trifles that we can't fight for the land and the wealth. It's a difference. When you inherit the land, all of the mineral wealth comes with the inheritance. It's the birthright of the mother lines and the clans, but it's the victor's booty in a time of war.
Wow. Dulcie, you wanted to say something before I ask my other question?
No, you're good.
Okay. So we started out with the misclassification, right? Of quote unquote Negro. Let's talk about the misclassification of the miseducation. Now we're gonna get into the miseducation of the quote unquote Negro, right? Okay, so at the beginning you had mentioned, the indoctrination that our babies face when they go into schools and them books and what's told in them books, right? So I'm gonna continue that walk. Okay. So in schools, and I know even growing up, when I think of my history classes, for example, and I think of what was written about what was supposed to be my history, right? It always begins and ends with the slave trade. Okay. And so the books will say that there was no culture in the Americas until the enslaved Africans got here and developed it, right? But let's unpack that just a little bit, because I would think that there has to be many reasons why nations across the pond, across the Atlantic, would deem it necessary to war with each other, shed bloodshed, send their people over as indentured servants, invest in ships to reach the Americas, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And part of that is because there had to be a thriving and intact culture, people, food, arable land to capitalize on, right? And then, like, prior to the 1400s, there were people here in the Americas allowing the colonizers and what they would say the enslaved Africans to diffuse into and acculturate into, right? And then when I think of we think about like the slave records and the sources, and at best it will tell you that there was a very small percentage of Africans to come to the United States of America, maybe 4 to 6% at best. That's the highest, okay? And I think, how does 4 to 6% of enslaved, bondaged people birth over 100 million people today? Birth the richness, the culture that we have today. How is that possible?
Well, the first thing is you got to go back to Columbus journals. where he talked about the nature and the characteristics and the wealth of the land in his journals, right? And he also talked about the kind-heartedness and what he perceived to be gullibility of the people, right? But he thought what he thought was gullibility was a kind heart, right? So once you get back to that point and you realize where Columbus came, what was going on in Europe, and you put the two together, it becomes self-explanatory. In order for them to come over here, they're going to have to deal with the people of the land one way or another. And all of the ones now this is on the heels of the French Revolution and the Spanish Inquisition. There's millions of people, approximately 2 to 3 million people, being exiled to Northwest Africa, what is known as the Al-Maghrib, right? These are the people that the people of the land in Al-Maghrib don't want there because they've been there already when they was Etruscans and they got exiled into the Iberian Peninsula and settled in what became known as Italy and all the way to Spain, going back into right across what they call Pillars of Hercules, right? So when they already been kicked out, but Europe sent them back. And then when they sent them back, the people that was there was like, no, they can't come back here. They end up settling later on in both sides of the ocean, right? So now that they settled on both sides of the ocean, they sent in centuries ahead of them that's marrying into our clans. We don't know this though. We pulling them out the ocean as shipwrecked. They ain't shipwrecked. That's the rules. They parked the ship just past the horizon where we can't see it from land and they can't see land from the ship. Then they take the little rowboat and say they crash. We take them in because we kind-hearted like that, right? Now they got infiltrators all over the land, but we don't know it, right? The women is suspicious, but because some of the sisters is married to these suckers in the sweetheart swindle, we still don't see what's going on, but we know something ain't right. The women is telling us. This is when Big Mama was a Gullah Geechee at the time of the event, and she called all of the tribes to war. This is how we all end up fighting the Gullah Wars that they called the Seminole Wars. When these wars is going on, right, they coming up with a new plan that we don't know nothing about in their secret societies and their lodge meetings. This is what sets up Washington, D.C., moves the capital from Philadelphia, gives them passport to the land, and they at the time, they looked it like us. They wasn't us, and they looked it like us. So over the time in history, if you wait long enough, they can paint the pictures of George Washington to look like a paleface, right? And he born in Barbados, Virginia, and France. No, he can't be born in 3 places. Unless you're talking about 3 different personas that you're using to conceal one individual. Right? So we looking at it, we not understanding what we're looking at. Now I could go back and I can look at the writings of David Walker and I could see what's going on in the 1800s. But I have to go back further than that and read the early American journals of the settlers, the founding fathers, and all them, see what was going on. And it turned out that what they told us was the South versus the North was the colonizers versus the people of the land. And though they called the people of the land Confederates because we was the Iroquois Confederation. And they called themselves the Patriots because they was all patriarchs. We don't remember none of this because we can't see what's going on back then because we clouded with the education they gave us in the school, right? They can't allow us to be independent researchers and go read the information from the era, because it's going to tell us a different story. It's going to give us a different description of these people. They're not going to look the same as they telling us. They're not going to be doing the same thing that they told us. They're not going to be the heroes we thought they was. The heroes turn out to be our villains, and our heroes turn out to be they villains that they promulgated to us today as our villains. All the outlaws is my heroes. Outlaws, we think it mean gunslinger on the West. No, that mean anybody who refused to do business with the colonizers, which was 98% of the tribes. Only 5 civilized tribes done business with them, and it brought destruction to the rest of us. And the majority of the tribes is telling the 5 civilized tribes, lead them people alone, send them on their merry way, but they want to follow the tribal tradition. But with this group of people, it's not going to work. We've taken people in from Africa before these people ever came. We took people in from Asia, from the South Pacific Islands. They always came up here. This was always the land of refuge for the ones who were struggling, because this was always the wealthiest land on the planet. So now they trying to capture Cordoba, the city of gold. It's the false pretense that they trying to find where Big Mama's main bank at, which they didn't find till hundreds of years later, and they made a movie about it called National Treasure. But they're not allowed to mess with anything in there. And if they touch something, them Freemasons is going to execute them, because it'll end the game prematurely. So they knew not to mess with it, because that's what the warlock was. Big Mama Bank is locked because we had war. And the war can't be over until Big Mama say it's over, because she the one sent us. And when nobody else can't put the pieces together, they call me at the end before Big Mama come and say, oh, this is what's going on the land. Whether you believe me or don't believe me, I'm going to tell you till you figure it out. I'm going to put all the pieces together and hope you see the puzzle. Right? And the problem is still comes down to the miseducation, feeding false information to the youth before they're old enough and mature enough to even realize who they are. This is why schools start so early. They're trying to get them earlier now. Now they got prenatal school. Why do you want to start messing with the baby in the womb if you ain't trying to help him be his best self? Right? The Roman Catholic Church said, give me your child for the first 7 years, and I'll tell you what he'll be in 35.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's all indoctrination and education. It's a difference in the two, though. Education is to bring out what's in you. Indoctrination is to put in you what don't belong. And most of us that believe we educated is indoctrinated. When you get, it's a barrier of educational ceiling that as you go back 130 years, the literacy rate drops to almost 1% of the world population about 100 years ago. That's not that long ago. Right? So who was doing the reading and writing before that? If you wasn't part of a secret society, you wasn't getting educated. You had to be in the brotherhoods. So now everybody that's writing back then is in a brotherhood. Then who's writing the history that we accepting as our reality? I'm just asking the questions.
Freedom.
Yes, I'm here, and I am just loving all this good information. I'm telling you, I'm soaking it all in, because it's what needs to be said. And I'm so glad that you keep reiterating that we have nothing, absolutely nothing against our African brothers and sisters. They choose to live the way they choose to live. You know what I mean? And we live the way that we live over here, but don't mean that we can't come together and get along and learn from each other. But for some reason, by we saying that we are from these lands, born and raised, and so on and so on with our ancestors, it seems to continue to be a problem. Dot's raised so many different scenarios this evening about the positions that they have put us in. Now back to what I was saying about if we keep accepting every single time they put us in a position, and it's like we are truly accepting it. We've accepted various what can I call them, statuses that they have put us in. We've just accepted it. I just for the life of me do not understand why, but now it's done got so far. I'm so glad that this is spreading now all over the world.
Well, we was the only ones that know it.
It was a gentleman on there that said last Wednesday that just passed, he said, like, we can, if by us trying to get our status back, it would start a war. I don't think so.
Look, we already won the war.
Well, but I guess he meant physicals, and he was saying something about we would have to have an army to try to get our true status back, because then they would have to admit that they did us dirty. Well, dang going it, everybody could see that.
That's not a secret.
That's not a secret.
Look,
if the leaders of the different tribes, because we have a right to fight for our status as a people, we have a right to fight it. A lot of people don't know law, and that's another subject I think we should be focusing on is law. It is very important. One thing I can appreciate the Moors for is law. If nothing else, you can appreciate that they're going to bring you that law. What I'm trying to say is, if enough of the leaders, people who is chosen to be leaders, to go and stand up for the rights of the tribal people from originally these lands and their families, you don't think it could be done?
Well, first you got to pull the stick out the popsicle before it can operate on its own. That's my reference to what we call in leaders right now.
But still, I believe that in the near future, I really truly believe this in the near future, because even like last night on House of Consciousness, a young lady was on there. She's speaking on natural, spiritual ways, and she was saying, she said, "No, I'm native to this land," and questions came across asking her, "You don't think that you got a lot of spirituality from Africa?" She said, "No, I got my spirituality from where I'm from." And I made sure I got on there and said, the gifts that you get from nature, from the alive universe, has nothing to do with where you were born at. You're just gifted. But that girl, that young lady, that goddess that was on there speaking, she said, "I am native to this land. My grandmother told me that we are Native American, and that's what we are." And she would not budge. I was so proud of her. Her name is Polka. My fault.
So let's talk about some law.
Okay. And also, what do you suggest that we do, or the leaders do, or the mamas do, to try to get our status back? Do we need to start events?
You already started. Let's go. We got to first backtrack to the law since you brought it up. I'm gonna show you some points. Uniform Commercial Code. All of the law is subservient in the corporations to Uniform Commercial Code. Break the word, the title down one word at a time. One form, right? Commercial means for public dissemination. In the code is what you use to operate by. The uniform becomes the appearance of legitimacy when people don't know their culture. They look for the ones with the uniform to be the enforcers of their jurisdictional authority on the land. the uniforms today look legitimate, but they not the legitimate people from the land. The police don't belong here. We didn't have police. The closest thing to what we had was we called a sharif, but they didn't operate like police operate, micromanaging groups of people in small areas. That's police state. A lot of people don't know, which as long as we got these police cars is because we in a police state, but that's part of uniform commercial code. This is why your postman got to have a uniform, your gas man got to have a uniform, the waterman got to have a uniform. Everything they control, somebody had to be in uniform. The judges got their uniforms, and the prosecutor and the lawyer, their uniform is straight Masonic. The three-piece suit is all Masonic. So when you get into the law, you need to get to the UNDRIP, the United Nations Indigenous Peoples' Rights, or the United States Indigenous People Act. Both of them telling us the same thing when you read the document. If we revert back to our oral tradition, we assert who we are in the public domain using the oral tradition, we can systematically reclaim what's ours by identifying who did it, where they came from, what they did, how they done it, and who was involved. Once we get those out the way, now we know what's ours and what's not. It's all ours. And then this makes the reparations argument evaporate, because when we take back what's ours, don't nobody have anything to reparate us with. And then reparations is a trade-off. It's a trap and a trick, right? In 1920s, the leaders wasn't looking for reparations. But all of a sudden, now we're looking for reparations right before it's time to take back what's ours. It's a trick. It's a carrot on a stick. Because in order to get reparations, you need a natural political body, a national political body to represent you in the political arena to show that you have a functional government that's willing to represent you. And they took all of the governments from the tribes and they blew them up. They burnt them down. They flooded them out. Literally, not figuratively. We was at war. So now our governments has been dismantled. We got tribal courts all across the land of the indigenous people of the land, and we don't even use them. We don't even use them. We never asked for the change of venue to the tribal court, because them people are a corporation and the tribal courts is the only one that operate from the law of the land. But we believe, being in this admiralty jurisdiction, never knowing that admiralty means water and we own land. But they keep using all of these terms, these deceptive terms like the birth, the canal, the water break, all of these terms to reclassify us as lost vessels at sea, right? But when you go into that and you start following tribal tradition, now you a problem. The only thing that we got left is to find the tribal mothers and have them cordially meet each other. They don't even have to talk politics right now. The more of them meet, the more our jurisdictional supremacy rises to the top. We got a whole lot of tribal mothers that's been doing the work. We got a whole lot of male chiefs that's been doing the work. The male chiefs never realizing that you can't be a man chief if you don't got a tribal mother. If you got a tribal mother, that's who the house is fighting to protect and to get the resources for the family for. But as long as you don't know that, you will never fight in the right direction. You'll always be using a patriarchal system to try to defend a matriarchal order. It won't never work because it's trying to get peace at the tip of the bullet. You dropping bombs in the name of peace. That's counterproductive. Right? So in the law, all of this stuff is present. All of the secrets is in the law books. And what ain't in the law books is in the history books before they took over the education. But we don't want to talk about that stuff because my professor said that these references are not acceptable in academia for my thesis. I don't care nothing about what your professor said. Tell him to go profess somewhere else. Because I'm going to tell you the facts. And the fact of the matter is, we got invaded by some people that look like us. They hid behind some people that didn't look like us so that they can look like the bad guy while the bad guy is hiding with his hands in his pockets until it's time for him to put on his black gloves. This is where we at. This is what we're dealing with. The only thing left for us to do is to tie in to the motherland, tie in to the matriarchal line of the mothers by having mothers of groups of tribes, big mamas and families just cordially meet each other. You connecting the energetic grid across the land, and nature gonna take care of the rest. You don't have to fight for nothing. It's already yours, and we already won. We'll fight for. We already did the fighting. That was what the Gullah Wars was. That was the blood and gore. Now it's about, are we capable of attending to our own affairs? Are we imbeciles in law, or are we the executive of our own estate? Are we our own estate rep and planner and protector and guardian? If you're not, go sit down somewhere. You're in the way. I don't care how intelligent you is. If you don't know what your family line's inheritance method of recovery is, you wasting your time trying to politic with these politicians that don't got no power. The real politicking is between the tribal mothers. And when enough of them have met, they all got a network, an energetic network. It'll just activate stuff for us. But we thinking that we got to go get guns. You can't fight these people with guns and bombs. They got too many of them. We're going to run out of bullets before they do. They make them.
Absolutely. Got to find a way around it.
We got to find a way around it. And the only way around it is to embrace our tribal traditions because they gave it all back.
That's why I said we need to probably start having some events, saying who we are, saying where we have African festivals and African American festivals. We can have tribal festivals. We can do the same thing. We have to let people know we know who we are. And they'll start falling in.
Well,
start falling in.
I think that for our people, the fastest way is to have a national Mardi Gras. They will wake up in a heartbeat. It's already scheduled for 2025, for those who don't know.
Right. It's time. It is time.
It's a year-long national celebration. Trump called it the 250-year independence celebration. But it's only 250 years because they got an extension because of the 1812 war that took us to 1912, which means that in 2012, to 2012, from 1812 to 2012, that's the extension that Elijah Muhammad told us the devil got an extension. The devil mean enemy, and stop thinking that it means some old horned dude that lived in a fiery pit at the bottom of the earth. That don't exist. It's them low vibrational entities that's tricking you to remain low vibrational. It's the devil, them the enemy. Devil mean adversary, opponent, the one that you are versed against. The George Washington challenge tell you it's two groups of people, and at the end of the 200 years, they don't know what side of the water they from. The most bloody and vile oath of the papacy told you they're going to kill the kings, the princes, the people of the land. Rothschild came out with the statement and said we got to treat them real bad, kill them, whatever we can do to them, and then miseducate them. So they all told us what they was doing and what they was going to do. We can take it for granted and believe that they didn't know what they was talking about, but they the ones been living high off our wealth. As long as they don't own it, they can use it. So they created all the trusts and foundations.
Right. I wanted to go back to what you said about the people, they our enemies look like us, and then they hid behind the people that didn't look like them, um, and made it look like or seem like those are the people that were always controlling and running everything. Do you
Mhm.
think it's a detriment that so many of us believe that white supremacy is a real thing and that we don't know about like our enemies looking like us and you know, the
Yeah,
Europeans that look like us and all over the world as far as all the people that are in control are not necessarily white complexion wise?
well, they not the ones that. Well, you got to look. The Pope is the highest ranked pale face on the planet, and he kissed black people's boots. So you tell me what's going on.
Why do you think people are so confused and like get so apprehensive when you tell them white supremacy is not real?
Because they think that I mean that the oppression ain't real, that the military strategy to keep us oppressed and subjugated and the force involved that required them to use to keep us that way don't exist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the doctrine, it's a written doctrine, but it wasn't written by pale faces. And the pale faces was who they put in the institutions. You got to know what the institutions is: economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, war, and health. All of those gateways of information was blocked by the brown paper bag club. The ones who's running it, the people who's enforcing the brown paper bag club that don't look like us, is answering to some people that make us look light-skinned at my complexion. It ain't no secret. The Pope is on video kissing some of them people's feet.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at them. They way darker than us. Most of us. And they the ones been pulling the Pope strings. Look, Elijah Muhammad told us about Yaqub grafted devil. He told us in the story that Yaqub wasn't going to see his devil manifest, so he left some niggas in charge. Now, let that simmer for a minute.
Well, I just want to make sure I made clear of something Dulcie just asked when she spoke about, or when she made the statement, excuse me, there was no white supremacy. I wanted to make sure that it was explained so it wouldn't be confusing to the mind or the ears of the people who is listening to that statement. And I at first was confused about it a bit until she explained it to me. But not only was it so-called, because what she's saying, there's no white people, so it can't be white supremacy if it's no white people. That, of course, that's a status. White is a status.
Yeah,
And
it's actually classified in law as free white persons in law. Look at the definition in the 6th edition of the Black Law Dictionary. It'll tell you exactly who they is. And they tell you that they're not Caucasian. They tell you right in there.
But
it's not a secret.
Recognize them because that's the status that they're in. I know back my mom used to teach about the free white people, the free people that was called white, the free, melanated people that were called white people. But I just thought maybe it needed to be explained so when somebody listened back at this video, they were able to understand. But at first I was getting from it that she was saying not only was it Caucasian people, it was several other types of people that was enslaving and disrespectful and treating us bad. That's what was taken from
Yeah,
it.
that's a fact. What you just said is a fact. There was not just pale-faced people.
Right.
It was people that look like us.
Tipper Tib is a perfect example. He what you call a black Arab. And he was the largest slave trader on record.
Yes.
He wasn't the only one. But the whole thing being is he lived in Northern Africa, but the rest of the tribes of Africa, he ain't none of them. These people come from a nefarious place in the Middle East, the Mount Sinai or CNAI, right? AI it's like back then it wouldn't be pronounced AI, it would be AI, apostrophe A, and it's like saying the leader, the chief. In the Sinai or the mountain of sin, the leader sin is where they get these doctrines that's controlling us, the blood magic, the sex magic, and the money magic. They discovered long time ago that if they abuse the children, it causes a defect to happen in the mother. All this is in Babylonian sex magic. When they talk about the abuse of children, parts of it is in the Mishnah and parts of it is in the Talmud. That's why they don't give it to Jewish converts. You can only get the Torah as a convert. Now with modern technology, we can access all of it. And when you read the Mishnah and the Torah, don't throw up. It's horrible. But it's a system. It was these people that's doing this stuff. They don't have no consciousness, no heart. They don't. Bobby Hemmett called them spirit artificial. He said they look like us, but they different kind of people. They was here from original creation as a defect.
Wow.
And they've been causing us problems the whole time.
I agree. Unidentified object, the undone. I agree.
Sure.
But it makes us look even worse when we are just treating our own people as bad as we say that the enemy has treated us. Now that's bad. But I see that there are some people in the chat that agrees that we have to start having events and situations and have speakers come and just make it a whole, the same way we do other things and make it a day. You know what I mean? So you can find your roots here and know who you are, and that you were not only kings and queens just on Africa, you also was chiefs and big mamas and things of that nature, which just means probably the same thing over here.
Look, we use modern English, but in our language, the all chief meant is an elder of the village. And the big mama is she's the one runs the house. Because the men is responsible for roaming the land, investigating the land, and bringing home the food. And then the mothers was dealing with the politics. This is where in the paleface community, they had the bridge clubs, because in the bridge clubs, they could invite women from different backgrounds and they can get up there and they can strategize on how to work together, because they all see patriarchy as the enemy's main tool to use. White supremacy is just a military application of a patriarchal agenda. And those who wrote it, like I said, they wrote it as the Protocols of Zion, because they have to give us an opportunity to discover what they're doing. They wrote it as the Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, and I believe Albert Pike is a fictitious character, just like I believe Adam Weishaupt is a fictitious character. And they had 3 George Washingtons, and I'm thinking that 2 of them was the fictitious character, George Washington, because the real George Washington from Barbados, they don't never talk about that fact. That means he was a Washita, not a Washington. Washington is the English rendition of Washita. So when you start doing all of the research, okay, which one was this sucker born in? Was he born in Virginia? Was he born in France? Or was he born in Barbados? When you start asking that question, now you start running to different historical narratives about this character they call him George Washington. I think he all made up. Same with Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln was called in Swarthy, easily confused with the Negroes in the area. This is what I didn't write that. They wrote that about him. See, what people be having the tendency to think when I tell them stuff that this is directly, I'm telling you what they said. They confessed. I'm showing you where it's at. And then people still get mad because At this point, they not mad because they got tricked no more. They mad because out of all of the 8.4 billion people on Earth, that I had to be the one to come along and tell them they got tricked, and I'm not smarter than them. So now they offended. So now they got to try to come out with all kind of misleading information and academic scholars that was Freemasons that they don't want to talk about, slave narratives in perfect poetic king and queen's English or perfect Arabic, perfect Spanish, but they supposed to not know how to read and write. And it was against the law to teach them, but they coming over here writing these stories. Where they getting them from? Literacy is not as common as people think it is. The whole literacy program is barely 100 years old, where you start really teaching people. You know how few and far it was to go to school in the 1800s? For every child that went to school, it was about 10,000 that didn't.
And also to that point, right? Like with what's taught in schools, and when people say, "Oh, show me what the book say,"
get my tea, guys.
Okay, show me what the book say. Show me whatever say. First of all, our history, we didn't do things by writing shit down. It was passed down mouth to mouth. It was passed down orally. Our traditions was passed down orally. Our secrets, our knowledge was passed down orally. Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
we still have written documents. Our documents that we had written, which was all oral tradition given to the clans, but they would write it down. Even once they started learning different languages, they was writing them in English and Spanish. But they all of the records from the time the settlers came that we had was keeping, that they didn't burn up in the courthouse burnings. Those records those are in national parks and caves.
Yeah, but I'm talking about pre-settlers, right? I'm talking about before that even happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know, as we say, right, like my grandmothers, you know, everything that they taught me. I didn't go. She didn't show me it in a book. She taught me that through her mouth. Those were oral things that she passed down to me. You understand? So let me ask a question though, because so I noticed that, and this is for the larger conversation, but I noticed that anytime we're talking about American history, Barbados is always mentioned. There's many islands in the Caribbean, but Barbados is always mentioned. Can you speak to why that is?
First, you got to look at the symbols. First, right now, Barbados is coming up a lot. Look at their flag and look at the Ukraine flag. Is there any way you could pull them two flags up just to show?
And my on my maternal side, I know why. I know a few reasons why, but my you know, my grandmother was born there. So hold on. Want me to pull up the Bayesian flag and the
Barbados flag and the Ukraine flag?
Dulcia, you gonna be able to share it? Are you on your computer? Because Freedom's stepped away to get tea.
Yes, I can share it.
Okay.
All of the islands was the gateways that they used, because they figured if they conquer the islands first, that the mainland will be easier. And Barbados, like Jamaica and Haiti, was rebellious to the settlers from the day they got there. But the symbols tell you a lot. When you look at the flag, where is a similar flag? You'll know who's being exposed at the law of the flag.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna share it now.
See that trident? That's not the modern UK flag.
You said the Ukrainian flag. You said Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
Or you meant the UK? Which one? I'm sorry.
The Ukraine. That's not the flag they flying today. That's an older version.
Hold on. 1 second.
You're gonna know it's the right one because it's gonna have the trident on it. It ain't gonna be the trident, it's gonna be something that look like a trident.
Let me see.
Okay,
I think
okay.
I think
You got it.
hold on. Oh, you got it, Dulcie?
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Because I found the same thing as you at first.
Yeah.
You might have to look them up separate. Just the Ukraine flag.
And the stuff. Right.
That's it.
And now if you look over on the left, that's the Barbados flag. You see the similarities?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They sitting right there side by side. That's not a coincidence.
So speak to it.
So what they telling us under the law of the flag is they monitoring our progress in reclaiming the land by exposing the Khazarian influence in Barbados in the puppet governments. At the same time, they having this mock war between Russia and Ukraine. And then we got to go back to the history books. Russia was the only country that came to the natives' aid when they was fighting the settlers. Most of us don't know that. But if you type in Russia in the colonial wars, it'll tell you about it. Right? There's all of this is symbolism to show you the hidden hand behind the scenes who's doing this dirt. The Khazarians, if you look up the Khazar Mountains, you're going to find that half of them is in the Ukraine. These Khazarians is the same ones that is running the Jewish state today. Right? This go all the way back to the Kendrick Lamar and Drake feud. Drake is the dragon, and Kendrick is the indigenous fighting the dragon or the enemy to get them off the land. And they're using that as a simulation, a mock battle, to show us the same thing that's going on in the Middle East today, right? So we looking at it from multiple angles, but we don't know what we're looking at because we've been taught to disassociate from everything and to only focus on what the colonizer told us to focus on. But it's just playing a big old cyclic storyline in varying different parts of society in order that somebody figure out who's behind it and what they doing. And they cleared out most of the tunnels in Switzerland now. So there's a couple billion people from Europe that ain't there no more. Where they put them, I don't know, because I don't know what they did with all them bodies. But they ain't supposed to kill them here, so I'm believing they ushered them through a Stargate somewhere.
Wow. You just taught me something new because I did not even think about, when you said pull up the flag and the similarities between the two. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. So go back to Barbados today. What's the political climate?
You have me on mute. Say it again.
Say it again. When you look at Barbados today, what's the political climate?
It's fairly calm. It's the first Commonwealth. It was a Commonwealth at one time, and it's the first Caribbean island, right, to step away from England and no longer be a Commonwealth of England. That's a huge deal. That island also always had one of the highest literacy rates. Always had a good relationship with Cuba. A lot of the back and forth between that. But politically, for the most part, it's stable. That's an island where kids no longer have to pay. At one time you had to pay for lunch, pay for school, pay for transportation, go back and forth. You ain't got to do that no more. but politically.
Now I want to point something out, and it's the reason I asked you. Who's the head of state?
I don't even know. I forgot her name. It's a female.
Exactly. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, but she's a female.
Now, all of that stuff you just said, they finally declared their independence from England not too long ago.
Right, very recently.
And who was the president when that happened?
The prime minister. I don't remember. I've been here.
It's the same one that's in there now. It's a sister. She's going back to Big Mama rule, and that's why she didn't have any issue when she overthrew the government, because she was following the rights of indigenous people. She was exercising her rights.
Mia Motley, Prime Minister Mia Motley is her name.
And she exercising her rights as the tribal mother to step up into the forefront and say, we ain't finna do business with you people no more. Beat it.
That was a big deal.
They didn't send no ships and no bombs down there, did they?
No.
Because they took it out on Ukraine.
Yeah. Wow.
They took it out on Ukraine. Look, Ukraine is the people that was behind the scenes doing dirt that ran in World War II to Ukraine. They Ashkenazi. Drop the Ashka off, and what's the rest?
Right. Nazi.
Right. So they the same people that the European nations been trying to trap, but they didn't do nothing to them because they had a lock on the money. Because Big Mama Bank closed, the only thing you're gonna be able to use is fiat. You can't use real wealth until Big Mama Bank is back active. Now Barbados can have their fee-free education and feeding the children because Big Mama said so. She don't gotta listen to Queen Lizard Bee no more.
Right. He ain't on a currency no more. Okay.
You did. So that tells you
very tiny island, and to do that, that was a proud moment.
Look, Cuba broke free using the Three Kings conjure. The Three Kings conjure was to counteract the three ships, right? And the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Right. So you have to have a king to fight each ship, but each ship mean another part of the government. Right. So you got the social side of government, you got the infrastructure side of government, you got the financial side of government. Right. And you break it up into military, political, and economic stability. For political purposes, Camilo Cienfuegos was the politician. The banker would have been Castro, and the military leader was Che Guevara. But when the CIA assassinated Camilo, they shot his plane down over the Atlantic. And that left Castro. He can either do two things. He can either appoint another political leader, but he had been doing most of the speaking. And most of the political behind the scenes dealings was being done by Camilo. So then when they did that, that gave them the genetic memory access to the people of the island to support them. Once they got the island support, it was over with for everybody that wasn't, that didn't supposed to be there. And who was the first people they kicked out? They kicked out the United States, and because the United States came with the mafia. Go back to the Bay of Pigs, you'll see who all financed the Bay of Pigs. Half the mafia families in America spent millions of dollars on that, which Kennedy didn't want to support, which contributed to them signing on his death certificate. Kennedy ticked off a lot of people, but we don't know it. He did a speech called The Separation of Church and State. That was against the Pope and the Jesuits. Then he gave the conspiracy speech. That was against the mob. That was against the secret societies and the hidden hands. that once he got in office, he can read in the presidential book, and they telling each other when they come in what to look for. Right? So he already knew what he was dealing with. Then he took the mob off because he didn't honor none of the agreements the father made. In the mob, he ain't supposed to. He only supposed to honor what he supposed to do. He wanted to be the best president that America ever had, and the mob wanted to be the deadest president, and they working with the CIA, with the Mossad, right? They trying to get rid of him. He's trying to get the Jewish influence off the land. He's trying to get the secret societies gripped from off the government, and he had to go. So find out who John Kalungi is.
I remember that. I don't. Those see freedom. I know y'all remember that. Like the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. They made such a big deal of them three ships in schools and in the history books. Such a huge deal. I still remember that today.
Yeah.
To this day, right?
Crazy. Nina is 9, Pinta is 5, Santa Maria, St. Mary.
Yep. Those see freedom. Y'all have anything else? Or y'all want to start?
Yeah, what I was going to do. Yeah, you took the words right out my mouth. I was going to ask Rod, do you mind taking a couple questions? Because I'm quite sure I see Rita. She's in here going in, whatever. I know people want to ask you questions, so I'm gonna drop the link, and you tell me how you want to do this, so it'll be comfortable for you.
Yeah, it's just easier to keep up. You let somebody come on, ask their question, get the answer out, and then you can let them go down and pull up the next person.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link. Y'all heard his rules, and please respect them. But there's the link, and I know that there's questions, so we want to ask you to come up and ask your question. And once you get your question, Lady Rita E, I dropped the link. You can hit the link. You can come up and ask a question. Anybody else that's interested, come in. I know y'all got questions. Look, nobody who waits somebody up there already.
Yo, what's up, Rod Hayes?
Peace, God, peace. What's going on with you?
Hey, you from the city?
I'm from Pontiac, right outside Detroit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm from Detroit too, man. I'm from Detroit too. This King Cass, everybody.
Oh,
Geechee Gorilla.
We knew.
No, I'm not about to. I want to shout him out because he from home. I'm Pan African, and I know a lot of people disagree with it, but I am gonna shout out Rod Hayes because he from the city. He from home. You know what I'm saying? And he shouted out Detroit Jit too. I seen the video, brother.
I just tell it like it is. You know what it is, that fancy footwork. That's all. That's the tribal tradition of the land. Everybody don't know about that fancy footwork if they ain't from the culture.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know either, because a lot of people, when they think of techno, they usually think of some white folks, you know what I'm saying, doing some raves, but it actually started with black people here in Detroit. A lot of people don't know that. Even our type of techno and house music sound different from what y'all hear at them raves with the white people and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny too, because house music started with Farley Jack Master Funk in Chicago.
Yeah. My cousin Derek May, he's one of the founders here of techno. So it was him, Wine Atkins with Clear and Cosmic Cars and stuff like that. But with that music, you know what I'm saying? They weren't just because a lot of people think, oh, it's just party music and all that, but it has a lot of deep spiritual elements to it. You know what I'm saying?
Kaz, do you have a question for Rod so we could drop you down once he answers it?
Nope, I'm just shouting a brother out. He from the city. I ain't coming up to this debate. Peace, Rod.
Peace, God. Peace.
Someone was asking the question. Did y'all want to go ahead
drop him down, Freedom? Drop him down, please.
I did. I think he dropped this. Oh no, I'm sorry. I dropped him down. Somebody was asking a question about the Indians speaking Arabic. You know anything about that? I'm kind of curious to that. That's the reason why I try to put up there, but I guess Dulcie took it down. But do you know anything
Oh, I
about
thought
that?
I accidentally put it up there.
No. I've never heard that before. That's the reason why it said ask Rod to speak on the so-called American Indians speaking Arabic before colonization. You know anything about that?
I don't know of any natives that were speaking actual Arabic, but some of the tongues could be similar to Arabic.
Okay.
But Arabic proper, because you got to remember, you got different types of Arabic. You got different types of written form of Arabic, and you got different forms of spoken Arabic.
Rashad is my baby. Rashad said we asked him basic questions. I'm just curious. I was curious to that. Those you can take it down, sweet. I just was curious. I thought there was something I didn't know about. I was like, huh? But okay.
If they did, they learned it from Mansa Musa.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But most of the a lot of the chiefs, not all of them, but a lot of them are linguists by nature. If they listen to somebody talking in the conversation, it won't take them long to learn that language. That's how Malachi he can speak almost all the languages.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
Welcome, Dean. How are you? You're on mute. You have to unmute.
Hello, I'm good, sis. How y'all doing?
How you doing?
Everyone all right?
Yes.
Good, man. You know, I just came in here to just spread my love and show some love, and you know, that's it, man. What up, Rod?
What's going on with you? What's the weather like up? What's the weather like up there in Canada?
You know, I'm like 4 hours away from you, Rod.
Okay, so it ain't much different.
It ain't much different, but I'm still, you know, I was just in my backyard with my feet on the ground, you know. So I don't know. I just always like we sitting here mindful, but I just want to touch base on like that what's going on in the cosmos, because spiritually, I've been feeling a little more in tune with myself on another level. So I see these solar flares, and I've done my research and kind of understanding what's going on. But when I look at it spiritually, the sun never did stuff like this before. You know what I mean? So,
well, first I gotta ask you, which sun is you looking at? Because there's more than one of them up there now.
There's readings coming in from other places that are not in the trajectory of our sun. So it's pushing on the back of us as where the sun is pushing at the front of us. There's so many other things that are pushing on us that the readings are not coming in. It's like they're not even reporting it properly.
You're absolutely correct. They're not reporting what's happening now because it only happens every so often. And the distance between it and it happening again is so far between that every time it happens, it set off these similar events, and then we get locked into the current paradigm and not realizing that this is a cycle. We are in a binary star system. Our secondary sun is returning. And what they told us was the eclipse on the 8th was not an eclipse. Right. And a lot of people don't they don't have the information that NASA be dripping out in code. Right. But when you go study Rhino 7 and you go study what's the other name for Planet X, they've been telling us for the past 70 years that there's a large body coming into the solar system. It got to be huge, and it had to have a very broad orbit in order to take 70 years to come into view. Right. But this was taking place. The this other star has other planetary bodies as a tail. And some of these bodies will periodically cross in front of the sun and give the appearance of an eclipse, but it's not the moon. But they'll tell us it's the moon, and if we fall for it, that we supposed to believe it.
Yeah. It's not aligning. Basically,
and this is how
what I'm seeing. Yeah.
The sun is sending us codes, telling us what's happening to wake us up. And the earth is responding to the sun via human resonance. And that's energy that's transferring between earth and the sun that's downloadable to somebody who developed their psychic abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us have been taught when we start developing our psychic abilities that we was insane if we believed that. So we turned it off.
Yeah.
Right now we're trying to turn the babies back on, let them have full access to their God powers within, their psychic senses.
Yeah.
You know, and all this is taking place in real time, but we got to finish the upgrading of women by the connecting of the matriarchs across the lands.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, these are the other things I want to talk, and like you're great at addressing these things, is like how we feel it as energy. It comes out as behavior or a pattern or something that is in our subconscious that maybe we need to retune or is bringing light. So it's like the more you get in tune with how it might come and it might look a certain way, but it's not the message it wants you to read. It's just because that's how it's communicating to you. And that's the way you read.
So when you get spiritual information, the spirit is going to communicate with you in the form that your psyche can digest the easiest.
Of course.
So in order for you to realize you're having a spiritual experience now.
Oh God, there's an echo. Someone might have their YouTube page open. Please be careful that your YouTube page is not open at the same time you're on the StreamYard. That's why I apologize for interrupting you.
And they have to mute up. You have to mute up.
Yeah, everybody has to mute up when one person is talking. And Dean, when you get done your question, you'll have to go down.
Okay. Yeah, I will. No doubt. No doubt.
Thank you for coming up too.
Oh, no problem. Always a pleasure. Always thankful. Thank you.
Look, me and Dean will be on here for about 7 hours if you let us.
Yeah. I like our birthdays is the same. If we get here, we're up all day, man. It's man. I feel like I'm always talking to the bigger brother or the big cousin that I didn't have, you know? So you got certain people, you get lost in the time space. The time it's like it really stops. Yeah.
Look, it's a few people because of that. I be avoiding them because I know that I'd be caught too long and I won't be able to get to the next person. So I be trying to I know I can't talk to him right now because this conversation would be 2 hours long in a 1 hour show.
Definitely.
Yeah, but there is a lot of spiritual information coming in. And a lot of individuals is feeling it, but they don't understand what they're feeling. But as time go on, it'll become self-evident that they awaken from a slumber because they'll start having past life regressive memories. And they'll be like, wait a minute, did I do that? Yeah, you did it. You just did it in a different life in a different time. You know, and then you got to remember you use as a frame of reference current events in order to rationalize what you're remembering from a time that's gone by.
Yeah.
So that helps people a lot to put the spiritual information into a digestible context when they realize they're using modern concepts to translate a past life when they have the images come to them. Because they got to be able to learn their own higher language. That's why I always tell people learn the art and science of self-talk. Because once you learn your higher language and how you communicate with yourself, you'll know if it's a rogue energy giving you misinformation to act upon, or if it's your higher self correctly guiding you. But you have to learn your own higher language, and everybody got their own that's different, you know. But all of that is critical at this time to understand that you're getting a lot of spiritual information coming in the form of solar flashes and solar flares, and keep an eye on the interaction between the earth and the sun, and you can see them communicating. And if you study it, you can almost tell what they're saying to each other.
I had a question on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rod, you were just saying something, and we had this conversation about this with Cinnamon and some other ladies. And I wanted you to just kind of address really quickly how a lot of us do have our own higher vibrational talk or powers, or however people want to say, since childhood, and then they kind of refrain from it because they think it's weird or they shouldn't be like this. How do you tap back in after you've let that go for so many years, and how do you build the strength as far as really having that higher vibrational communication, whatever that's your gift personally?
So I normally tell people to learn oracle reading. Oracle reading can be the runes, it could be the I Ching, it could be the tarot cards, or you could study control remote viewing. The more you study it, the more you understand it, the more you understand it, the more you can use it as a tool to help you tap into your higher consciousness in your own language. But even those, I would also accompany with the art and science of self-talk.
I agree.
Thank you. And thank you, Dean. Yeah, you were asking wonderful questions. I'm sorry, was Biba next or Black Jesus? Do y'all remember?
Biba. It was Biba,
Okay.
Black Jesus, and then.
Hey, how you doing, Chief Pontiac?
What's going on, B?
Shit, I was just trying to get in touch with you. I reached out to you on my Instagram, Biba Benny and Benny Masai, and I was just trying to tell you my story, like what I was going through and stuff, like how I sacrificed myself in 2019, and I was walking in Christian manifestation, and I had fell 35 feet on my face and got tased 6 times, and it was a higher spirit that was calling me and telling me that, like, it was Allah. I was walking Allah, arm, leg, arm, head, and I just been trying to get back to my psychic abilities. I've been making music ever since I was called. And in 2019, 2 angels had walked up to me, two beings had walked up to me and told me that I was called to bring heaven to earth, and like bring with the music of the change of the vibration and stuff. And I just want to get on track with the right things that I should be doing, because lately I've been going down, like I've been struggling with smoking Black and Miles, but I got off of weed. I was on that very strong, and
yeah, me too.
I'm just trying to like get back. I was a big chiefer, you feel me? Big chief, you feel me? I had to get back, get it right. I just trying to see, like, with my psychic abilities, because most of the things that I prophesy out my music, like, I want to know how can I, like, lead the people down the right path and keep them on a, like, because I want to, because I am a great role model and a great person that like my past don't describe my life. Like everything that I've been through, like that was like, it was my spiritual thing, because I was walking Christian manifestation, and the Jewish church had put like a spell over me when I was getting baptized, and they baptized me outside of the water and like cast my demons out, and I fell back. It was deeper than it was just deeper than what, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I just had to. I just wanted to see what you felt about that, like how you feel. And I'm
Okay,
like,
look,
I got initiated in the tree of life and everything. Like I got like
listen,
not tree of life. I just like got the tree of life tattoo on me and the cosmos tattooed on me.
look. As a musician, your lyrics is supposed to come from what they call the true place. That means speaking from your heart chakra. when your music is relayed to people, it should be feel good music. If it's feel good music, then you can deal with your lyrics next. But once you're on the frequency, the lyrics come to you on their own, right?
Right.
But this is also a psychic ability because you're translating the song of the spheres through an emotional paradigm. And you will reach the same people in the same emotional paradigm through the music,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's best right now for you to like dive into your music, and when you know how you go into the zone when you start writing.
Yeah.
That's the spiritual place. Once you hit that zone, you can ask God any question you want, and the answer will come out in the form of lyrics. You just got to know your own higher language, which goes back to what the sister was talking about, and start studying the art and science of self-talk. So you will know how to talk to your higher consciousness so it can know what you're trying to solve in your life or in anybody else's life that's useful to the collective.
Yeah,
As a musician, that's all you got to do is tune in, and it comes out on its own.
I was just hearing you talk about that self-talk just recently when you recently said it the last person.
Somebody typing.
I don't know what that is. Well, put your mute button on. Somebody's. I don't know what that was.
I appreciate that, Rod.
All the time. Yeah,
Peace.
I think I seen your message, and I was like, it's gonna take a little bit more than the text to answer.
Yeah, if you can, just reach out to me whenever you get a chance. Like, I won't have to text you long or nothing. We could just keep it cordial and just we could just keep. I mean, it's just I just want to be able I have a connection with you because I feel your spirit. I feel everything you talk about. Like lately, I've been on everything that you've been everything that you've been saying. I've been on it on your videos because I can feel it and I feel the big mama spirit in me. My mom is she never smoked or did none of that, and she's a righteous woman. But but when I stepped into this spirit making music and stuff, it had she had thought I opened myself up to a different gateway and stuff, and she just wasn't fond of it because she's more of the Christian base, and I just wanted to step into a different lane, and I have, and it led me down a different road.
The only conversation you have with your mama is to ask her one question: do you trust what you taught me when I was growing up?
That's it.
Right.
Because if she don't trust what she taught you, there's nothing you're gonna be able to tell her to make her accept what you're doing. But if she trusts that she taught you right and that you're gonna follow through and do what's right, then she gotta let you live your life and bump into your own walls. Because you ain't gonna never grow no other way. You're gonna be a bonsai tree if you do. You won't never be a redwood.
Right.
You gotta have your experiences. And a lot of people think because a person don't drink and don't smoke and don't eat meat make them righteous. That's not the case. You gotta remember, Adolf Hitler was a vegan. Benito Mussolini was a vegan. One of them Russian leaders was a vegan, and they was killing people like 90 going north. Right? So that's not a prerequisite to righteousness. The purity of heart is the prerequisite to righteousness when you come from the true place with what you say.
And
right?
honoring your family tree.
Right.
Yeah.
Your family tree.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's how you stay focused, and that's how you stabilize yourself.
Yeah. And remember, you got ancestors in your family tree. They don't want the best for you either. You got to tell them to get thee behind me, Satan, as the Christians say, so your ancestors on the other side can jack them up, justified. Once you tell that, this is how you know. Your alcoholic uncle wants you to be an alcoholic because he's wishing his demons on you. You don't know nothing about it because you're 2 years old when he died. All of a sudden, you turn into a teenager and you fall in the bottom and can't get out. That's him. He wished his demons on you because he was mad at your mama because she didn't give him that chicken leg. She gave it to her husband instead. And he felt that because he was her brother, he should have got it. So he wished bad on you. So now you got to deal with the demons that he left you. And as soon as you check them, your ancestors going to come like gangbusters and make him sit down, and you will sense it. And then you won't be trapped in the bottle no more. Right? And that's just an example, but it's all kind of behavioral defects that ancestors leave for us to clear up. That's called breaking generational curses, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
And don't nobody want to work because the job is hard.
Thank you, Biba.
I appreciate that.
I would love to hear some of your music sometime too. You have to
check me out. My channel is Biba Benin. It's Benin is Ben with EATIN without the G. Biba Benin. Yes. I got like me. I got music on me prophesying and everything.
Ooh, yes. Come up with a little jingle for us, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
My last thing was my last song was me. Not it. It's called me. Like, cause I was saying that I still ain't changed from the person that I always been. I still ain't changed. It's not it. I'm still the same person. I'm just growing. I'm growing as a different vessel, but I'm still the same person. I'm going. Once a walk ain't come in, it's gonna be a different. It's gonna be a different environment for when I actually invite that spirit in to help me out on my spiritual path, to grow me and enlighten me in the right way and in my higher self.
Yeah, that's the one. That's who you talking to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead and let you do
thank you. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
Have a good night. Hi,
too.
Black Jesus. Welcome.
That's what we need, a Black Jesus walking around with Jews and things.
You know what it is. Peace to everybody.
Peace.
How are you?
Hey, I'm gonna say it this way, Rod. I'm brain banging rather than gang banging. So now you know what it is. What it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So check this out. I'm watching my 2-year-old son. I'm 52. I got a 2-year-old. And I got a 9-month-old too. Well, I got 12 other children as well. So, but anyway, all right. So I'm watching my 2-year-old, bro, and you talking about like your inner talk, and he rarely talks, but he says a lot. It's so much that he say, and I'm watching like you was talking about breaking generational curses, man. Like so many generational curses have been lifted from me and my wife, and as we moving through this, man, we watching how our children react. You know, our families were one thing. But our children have been a whole nother eye opener. You know, I can almost predict what some people are gonna do, but children are like new. They straight from the essence. So I'm watching how my 2-year-old's moving, man. And I'm seeing him catch downloads, and you know, I'm trying to adjust to it, bro. Like especially having a wife. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going from this matriarchal feeling to having to submit to some patriarchy, and I was raised under patriarchy. You know, my big mama and them ran stuff in the hood, so it's just different now, bro. So I'm saying, like, how have you been adjusting?
I don't know nothing, but I know the patriarchy from seeing it, and from my personal experience, I grew up in a matriarchal environment. My mama and all of her sisters, they were some G's. But I watched all of them evolve from tearing up stuff to being upright women. And I was just fortunate enough to grow up with them only being 20, 30 years older than me to see their evolution. Right? But the matriarchal influence, that's the prime influence of my upbringing. My mother was our matriarch. And she groomed other matriarchs. She gave them the keys to be effective in being mothers, aunties, sisters. She would coach them through when they get stuck. That's what they do with each other. That's why that sister circle is so important, because it allows the healed women to heal the other women. And women that talk about she don't get along with women, don't like women, don't know that's part of the curse. That was the broken mirror curse. And her
So,
power is when she started to be able to function with other women, is when she's starting to be healed.
so how do we facilitate that?
Playing our position as men, protectors and providers of the family. Right? Properly instructing the children, right? You say stuff to your son that will impact him the rest of his life, but you don't even know it yet. Speak life into your child. Don't let nobody tell you your son bad. Don't let nobody tell you he got ADD, ADHD, none of that. He a boy. So you might have to take him to the park and let him burn some boy energy off before you can sit him down and have a conversation, because he's still a boy.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
true.
you guys like the stream, share it out. Go ahead and support the stream if you like the content. Flaming Dragon, you know, you could hit the link, but I'll go ahead and read this. Ask Rod in Mr. Stevens of Georgia's speech on the subject of the Mexican War. Does he refer to the people of the north of the Del Rio, the Martanian races?
Remember earlier, somebody need to mute because I can hear me talking in the background on this conversation.
And Jesus needs to drop down because I think he was done with his question.
Okay, you drop him down.
Okay, so earlier when I was saying that the scientists classify us as negritos, this is the Mauritanians that he's speaking of. This is another one of their designations as to who they say we should be. But the Negritos and the Mauritanians, the same people from different languages being rendered as Negro. The Negrito is Spanish and Mauritanian is French.
That's the difference. Okay. Okay. Hi, Lady Rita. How you doing? Can you hear us? Lady Rita? You got to come off the mute button. Lady Rita? You on mute. You on mute.
Can you go ahead and unmute yourself?
Okay, let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, I don't think it will let us do it. Just unmute yourself at the bottom. You should see.
There she go.
There you go.
Yep, she clicked it back on. There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Hear me? Yes.
Oh, she the one with her.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay,
She the one with her
I'm just
YouTube
new
on.
to this. Hey, Chief Pontiac and the ladies, I salute you all. But I just wanted to piggyback on the Kaluni tribe. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, yes, I can hear you.
But do you have, wait a minute, do you have the YouTube channel still open? Click the little X so you can click off
Can you hear me?
YouTube.
Okay. Yes, okay, so
do you see the YouTube
I
channel?
think I do.
Click it off.
Okay.
Can you hear me? You just got, all you gotta do is just push the X out to you. Wow. Did you get her question though, Rod? About something she was saying?
She was talking about the Kaluni tribe. That's not what I was talking about earlier. I said look up John Kalunji, and she thought I was talking about the Kaluni tribe. I was gonna let her say what she had to say.
Now I wanted to ask you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doc. I apologize.
Actually, what I was going to say really wasn't a question. But maybe I shouldn't say it because it was a joke. But go ahead, Freedom.
I was just going to say, what if a person has a problem because the tribe no longer exists, what type of advice can you give them on tracking down the tribe that their ancestors were involved in, and how to regain the knowledge that they had at one time and how to start it up? And then I also want to ask you this one other question too, because Polka, when she mentioned some things about, your special gifts that's given to you through the universe, and Dulcinea said this earlier, do you find that to be ancestral, that could come through the line of your ancestors?
Okay. First thing, what was the first part about?
The first question was how to regain the knowledge that your ancestors had.
Okay, so the tribes. Okay, look, we're gonna be renaming our tribes because we had to reconstitute the tribes, and right now the tribes that we probably got 7 or 8 different tribes all mixed up in us or more. Well, we're dealing with over 400 years of this um, erasing of our history and the living under a false paradigm. So it's not going to be easy to exhume exactly which tribe you from if your ancestors didn't carry it down. Like I know I'm a Mississippian, and I know the Mississippians are totem root clan tribes of the land. So I don't have to know nothing else to follow the process at that point of the oral traditions. But what I do have to do is study all of the other clans that I run across to try to understand they tribal traditions being different. Like now I'm under growth and development. My chief is Larry Hoover, right? But I know Nubian doctrine because I studied Malachi's doctrine. I know the nation doctrine.
Me
I
too, as
know
well.
5% of doctrine. I know the Moorish doctrines. I know a lot of the tribal ways from tribes that I've encountered on the land. So I can use all that to put together a bigger picture. But as far as the tribes that we originally was from, a lot of us, like for instance, if you Choctaw, you probably have Choctaw, have Chickasaw, right? Because they did a lot of intermarrying with each other. So you wouldn't pick one, you would be a Choctaw Chickasaw, right? But we didn't name ourselves those names. Those are all, most of the names we hear today for the tribes is exonyms that the foreigners gave us. Very few of the names that we had before the settlers came even exist anymore. They're not spoken. So we have to come up with a new language, and we have to come up with new names for the tribe. And we got time to do all that stuff because we're going to have the resources to accomplish it. The next part was
the spiritual gifts that you get through nature.
Are they ancestral?
Is it possible that it carries down from the family members in your past? You know what I mean?
It's about a 99% chance that your psychic abilities come through lines, because when you talk about tuning in to psychic abilities, we're talking about a spiritual ranking system that allow you to range from one psychic ability to multiple psychic abilities. There you go, you back. You got to put your computer on mute, Lady Rita, because your computer is giving feedback over here. It's making it hard to hear you.
When she comes on the StreamYard, she has to click off the. You know what? Come on now, Lady Vita. We miss you. I want to hear what she got, the question she got. And if anybody else got a question, I'm going to drop the link. Sweet Feather, any questions? We ain't going to keep riding long tonight, but we're going to get a question or two out. So you really believe that it comes through your ancestors, that somewhere there was, like, I don't mind being called a good witch.
All a witch mean is a wise woman.
Okay. Big mama. I don't mind it though.
When you go back to the Salem witch hunts in the early Americas, you find that they was the witch hunts was started because they caught one of the big mamas teaching the ladies with the pale faces what they call yoni magic.
Uh-huh.
So they was killing her and her students.
Mm. Wow. Wow. Well, okay. So I wish I knew which side it came from. The quarrel side or my dad's side. I really wish I knew. But I
You
got
can
a
ask
feeling.
yourself and get an answer.
Yeah. I almost seen my grandmother greasing up something in my mindset when I said that.
Which grandmother was she?
On my dad's side, that's weird.
You
Her
know,
whole
that would make you be a daddy's girl.
Oh, I'm definitely a daddy's girl, without a doubt.
Mm.
You right about that.
Which grandmother was she?
I don't even know how to love anybody more than I love him. I don't.
That's how they pass it through the love channel.
That's right. I'm gonna let Miss Rita, Miss Rita, Lady Rita. I want you to hurry up and get your question out because your phone are gonna let you come out again, and I don't want that to happen. Oh, there he is.
Oh, they brought my brother up here. I'm about to be here another hour because I know when Top Cat and me get started.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best.
Oh, it's already starting, Lady Rita. We can't understand you, baby. Oh my Lord. Lady Rita, can you hear us?
She froze, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
her service.
I think whatever she got to say must be important because she getting all kind of resistance.
You must gonna have to put it in the chat. We love her, but
freedom. Don't. Hey, Anton. Where you been, big bro? Where you been?
Oh, that's right.
Shit.
In there protecting us in that chat, telling
Traveling.
I got a bone to pick with you, Top Cat.
Turn up.
No,
We got to take this. I forgot the brother was already on here.
Yeah, we're gonna leave Top for last.
Nah, y'all go ahead and get it in. Hey.
Nah, yeah, you got it. Turn up, y'all. You got it.
I'm
wait.
Nah, y'all need to get that out the way. Yeah, get that out the way. Hey, I'm muted.
No, we gonna take care of it. It's gonna be real quick when you get done. We're gonna take care of you first.
All right, for sure. Yeah, so I had went back because I was trying to get the gist of what the conversation was about. And one of the things that I've pretty much been going back and forth with people, you know, when I talk to people, is this definition of what white supremacy is. And I was trying to find something that I could come up and talk to you about, right? And you hit on some key things on that, and that's basically the bottom line and fundamentals where people need to kind of get to. My thing is this: if you have some type of diction in regards to reading definitions, like for instance, Malcolm X, when he was locked up, he read the dictionary from front to back, right? So we know what the definition of white is. And there's also other definitions of what white is in regards to a spiritual thing and a natural thing, not necessarily a color and how it reflects and what it does. And then you're dealing with a supremacy thing, right? You got the supremacy thing that we have on the other side, right? That supremacy is a powerful word. Now, my thing is I always tell people, shut up until, you know, in regards to why are you giving people power that they really don't have? And if you put the two words together, they don't mix on who they're relating them to. So my question is how you feel about that when these people be pushing this white supremacy, and the majority, I'm not even going to say 90%, I'm going to say 100% of people that push this agenda look like us.
Because the ones who wrote it look like us.
That part.
And so if the ones that wrote it look like us, the main people gonna be pushing it look like us. The KKK was started by some people that look like us.
Thanks.
The regalia come from it's a brotherhood in Spain, right? And they was the ones called the Black Hand because they was the leader of the Klan raids. All of a sudden, the pale faces pushed them out, Clayton Bixby, when they discovered that that's a darky under that hood. But they knew the whole time because they seen them before they put the hoods on. Go back to Emmett Till. When they went and got Emmett Till, the raid, it was some people look like us went to the house and got Emmett Till talking about they trying to protect the village. Because they heard him whistling Dixie, they knew he was going to grow up and be able to call the clans to war. So they knew they had to stop him, so they threw that pale-faced lady under the bus. He whistled at her. He ain't paid that lady no more attention than you be paying them celebrities on TV. Probably less than that. But they heard him whistling and they thought he was whistling the war cry. They used to call it whistling Dixie because we was from the South. They didn't know what we was saying. He went from Chicago to the South doing the same whistle that they went to the North whistling. And so, of course, they're going to be intimidated by that. Go back and look. Even in the movie that they just did on Emmett Till, they showed you them black hands, the Negroes that went and got him, threw him on the back of the truck in the movie. Yeah, right? But we don't want to talk about the dark hands that was involved in the assassination of Emmett Till, a.k.a. Chief Littlehorn. Because if he'd have grew up, he would have been calling himself Chief Littlehorn, and he would have been calling all of us to stand at attention because it's time for war. And they knew it. That wasn't just an indiscriminate killing of a young Negro. That was a strategic killing of a chief before he realized who he was. Because if he have this skill set and he realized who he is, he'll have an impact like a Malcolm X or a Fred Hampton, right? Or Tupac. He would have had that kind of influence on us. And if he'd have did his whistling thing on stage, we would have been right with him. Whatever he said, we'd have been right with him because it's in the culture and it's in the nature. So those pushing it is the ones wrote it. And that's why we get confused as to what it really is. Because we taking it at face value to mean it's talking about face color, never knowing that it's talking about a political hierarchy and an oppressive system. Free white persons in law don't mean pale faces. But pale faces is reap the rewards of something called white privilege that don't have nothing to do with them either. But we act like it ain't no poor white trash. Suffering just like us at the bottom. Them the ones was working for us. The ones that got all the accolades is the ones that was working with the enemy.
Absolutely.
That's how you know the difference.
Thank you for that answer.
Yeah, absolutely. See, and my thing is that like that's the conversation that need to be had, because I don't even think those people pushing that don't understand what white supremacy means. I'm gonna be honest.
But why you saying that? Let me ask you why you got the chief up here too. When you say white supremacy, at one time that status was used for freed melanated people. Am I correct to say that? I think
that's what a freeman was.
So that's what I was thinking. So at that time they was calling themselves white, right? So and the supremacy part that you said they invented it. So were they saying that they were white supremacy? They were better than white people? Or,
so it's what they. Okay, you got to go back to the chess game, because this is what war is. It's chess played out on the battlefield in the real world. It's not on a table. It's played out in the real world. The pale faces is pawns, and we are the power pieces, but we don't know how to use the pawns. Soon as we realize who's pushing the pawns in our direction, then the pawns will work for us more than they'll work for them because they want to be on the right side of the right ones. But as long as we don't know, they ain't gonna do nothing for us because all it's gonna do is turn them from Bill Gates to trailer park trash in a week. They call it bankruptcy. They know what's going on.
And
that's why the pale face keeps saying it was your own people that did it, but they look like us, but they ain't us.
Do you agree it wasn't just white supremacy, how we use it now, that is also Spanish supremacy?
They was all in on it together.
Yes, blacks, black supremacy.
All of them is the Spanish, French, Portuguese, the Dutch, the Germans, the French, and the English. They was all in on it together, but you gotta remember this part they don't want you to know. When all of them came over here, what none of them pink.
That part.
They brought the pink people later. Right. When they was recovering they lost property and they slaves.
Yeah,
that's what that was all about.
See, and that's the thing, Rod. That's right there, right nail on the head, right there. Because a lot of the things that these books that are been presented to us right in front of our face, a lot of people ain't been able to decipher them, right? I'm pretty good at discerning some of these things, reading between the lines, thinking outside the box. Now, I'm gonna give an example. And the example is what you just said is the 10 tribes versus Judah. You have all these different people, and I'm just using it. I'm using it before anybody jump on me.
I'm with you. Go ahead. We straight. Go ahead. What you're saying?
As an example, right? Those 10 tribes went off somewhere else. Idolaters, Horites, all these different type of peoples, and Judah stayed where they was at, and they was a stronghold. And this is the same thing what I feel is America is, because we never left. We've always been here. And them people are now trying to come back over here and trying to get a piece of the pie, try to come over here and kumbaya, but still got the same objective as if now they're sitting here now trying to replace us because now they know that their places are desolate. And that's how I look at the whole example. Like when you said that, that's the first thing I thought about, just as an example, as an allegorical example, because when you look at this situation and Dots had brought out that one thing. I don't know, Dots, if you remember when you brought out that thing where they was talking about blacks and blacks and something like that, and then the American Indians that was not counted. And then I said,
yeah, that was just you talking about the census.
Exactly. So that means that we weren't black. Those are two separate people, and those are those people that I'm getting that, Rod. Is that what if I'm not too far away from that? Is that what you talking about, Rod? Those same people right there?
The people that came over here that look like us is classified in the law as white.
Okay.
But they look like us.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good example of a guy that came from Egypt. He was PO when he got over here, and they made him put white on his documents because he wasn't from over here. He took him to court. This all documented information. He said, "Why is y'all classifying me as the white man?" Because he thinking the white man mean pale face. It just meant somebody who's not in bondage to anybody, and black mean the ones that they trying to conquer. It's chess turns. This is why the rosters changed the board around and put the black on the attack and the white on the defense, because they've seen the enemy for what he is. Because when he went to Jamaica, he didn't have no pale face. When he went to Haiti, he didn't have no pale face. When he went to Barbados, he didn't have no pale face. When he went to Grenada, he didn't have no pale face. All of a sudden on the mainland, his face turned pale. But when he first got to the mainland, he didn't have pale faces. Now all of a sudden, 100 years in, all these pale faces start popping up. Where they coming from? They the ones keeping us out of institutions, and they working for the enemy. Them the ones they brought over here first. The response for the tribes over here was, we want all of the trash that you don't want, your poor white trash in Europe. Send them over here. Because we gonna educate them and send them into your institutions to pull out everything that you was hiding from us and put it in the open. And then you get a Gordon Maxwell, you get a Joseph Rutherford. They all trying to tell us, but we don't know what they talking about. You get a Aleister Crowley, a Franz Bardon. Franz Bardon went from over here, but his information leaked over here to give us a glimpse into the Hermetic philosophies, right? So when we started inviting them all over here, the immigration, no immigrant was allowed before 1492 to come to the mainland unless they came through the port of New Orleans. Now, all of a sudden, we bringing them into Ellis Island. That was for 2 reasons. It take 2 weeks to get from Europe to New York, and it take about 3 months to get from Europe going all the way around and coming up into the Gulf of Mexico. It's a time gap, right? So we have to move these people fast enough to get them over here before they die. Because just like they was packed on, you can still see the pictures of them being packed on them ships, but there is no evidence that we was packed on ships the way they say we were.
Right.
That's all just inflated rhetoric that's coming from academia in order to control the narrative as to who we are.
Well, the last thing I'm gonna say is because, and I'm bringing it back to white supremacy, in a sense, put a cap so we come full circle, is that the one thing I've heard some and I'll call them melanated people, is that they say they know how to utilize white supremacy for their own benefit.
Them slave catchers.
Right. So
them slave catchers. Because once you move up to a certain level in law, when you're using the system to try to get free from their system, when you finally get to the point where you about to be free, they turn you into a slave catcher and give you a different classification in law as white.
Mm-hmm. That's historical, what you just said. We got plenty of people we can name on that one.
Mm-hmm.
So
them your original Uncle Toms using the sweetheart swindle to marry Big Mama and poison her, and then hire the Joneses to come and pretend like they bought the farm.
Right, exactly.
We knew better because we know you can't sell land.
Right, exactly. Yeah, pushing paper. That's all they're doing. But yeah, but like I said, the one thing I'm hammering at these cats, and they can't do it, is they need to define what white supremacy is, and they can't do it. Eventually, it'll be pressed so hard on them from so many different angles that they won't be able to use it anymore. And with that, appreciate you, Rod. Appreciate the panel.
Thank you,
I'm gonna step down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the brother coming up here. For those who don't know, the Jamaicans wrote a counter offensive. It's called the Sacred Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy, to address the issue of white supremacy, tying us into something what's called the African root magic. And it's going through a system of magic or sorcery or high spiritual practice that the tribes all of the earth practice. They just use it a different way, because the land being different, it requires how you use it to be adapted to the cultural phenomenon that's organic to the land. This is why they keep saying that voodoo come from Africa, because we was using the same spirit science. So the Jamaicans wrote the Sacred Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy and the Holy Pivy. Those were written specifically to work with the man-ether magic in order to wake us up. But it was not enough. You needed a bigger study than that. So now we got what's called African root science. Then you have Nuwapu. All of these things is designed to counter. You have the Neely Fuller, which is one of the coldest pieces of literature that anybody in our community ever wrote. It's called the United Independent Compensatory Code to break the chains of white supremacy / racism. And in there, he go over the 9 areas of people activity. He telling you how they controlling us, and then he give you step-by-step instructions on how to get from under their control by changing the way you think.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to go ahead and let Legendary Chief speak with you, you know.
Talk cats.
Turn up one time. Peace to the panel, peace to the ladies, peace to the chat. Salute, Uncle Rob. Turn up.
Peace, Chief. Look, Top Cat, you had me sitting here waiting to get on live with you and Dane, and then you or Dane didn't show up. I'm sitting here for 2 hours.
You know who it was.
Say it ain't so.
Dane, sometimes nigga answer the phone, sometimes he don't.
Yeah, so
but I definitely told him he definitely was down with it, and I go ahead on and drop this little. I don't know if he want me to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Goddamn, he want to put together like a documentary, and so he was like, he said,
"Tell him I'm with it."
Yeah, he said right now I only know 2 people right now, and that's you and Rod Hayes. I wanna.
So, tell Dane if he needs some help getting across the street like an old lady, he can call me.
Yeah, we gonna definitely put that together. So our last conversation, that's what we talked about, but he did bring it up, and he was like, man, set it up, but shit, when I hit him back that day, he ain't answered. We supposed to went on the Sunday or something.
Yeah, ain't no big deal. I just wanted to what they call it, just bother you a little bit.
Nah, I already know how it go, man. I want to get him in there too. While I'm up here, I want to know what's your thoughts on pig Latin and because down here we spoke pig Latin. I grew up in the house. My mom and them, they spoke pig Latin, and I was doing some research on it, and pig Latin is actually an ancient language. It actually go back to the medieval times. It's an old language. Go back to the medieval times.
But the way we use it is different.
Why you say that?
The way we use it, we using a tribal communication method, using the foreigner's language to communicate tribally. They call it pig Latin, but that's not what real pig Latin was.
Yeah, it have an ancient name to it. Yeah, it has a different name. It derived from dog language, which was a mixture of Latin and English. So, but that was a language that we spoke, and we didn't want the white man to know what we was talking about.
Exactly. Now you catching up. So they named it pig Latin because they didn't want to say that the natives was learning our language and using it against us.
Yeah, they came in the late 1700s. They started calling it pig Latin, but but that was one of the former, like I said, that was one of the former languages we used when we didn't want nobody to know what we were saying. So, yeah, and the Indians, is Indian tribes down here who spoke pig Latin. That I found it. They actually spoke their language.
But when they talk to the foreigners, they talk perfect English,
right?
With a southern accent.
Yeah, we'll call it broken English. People in the north, they spoke better English than we spoke, and that was one of the things through the schooling. They made us change words, so it's. Like we'll say, them, where your mama them at? In school they'll tell us it's them, the correct word to be them. We'll ain't finna, we'll say ain't, we'll say finna, and in school they taught us they call it proper English, King's English. So they altered our language through the education.
But when you look at it, Top Cats, you got to remember everywhere they brought a language, we altered it. They started calling them stuff like pidgin language or patois. The French is calling it the patois. The English is saying they speak in pidgin, right? And the Spaniards is saying they speak in pig Latin, right? So you got these different people trying to figure out what we're doing. When they start teaching Tupac in the university, they start teaching in the in the schools something called Ebonics. The other way, because we keep changing the language, because we forever creative and we forever changing the language so that they can't never get 2 steps ahead of us, because they have to always got to stop every 10 or 15 years and try to translate what we're saying from how we've adapted the language they gave us to how we using it. And it frustrates them so bad because dope today means narcotic. Tomorrow it means fresh. You know, now they stuck because we saying, oh man, I got on these dope threads. They thinking you got dope on your clothes. Now they running all these laboratory tests and thousands of dollars and find out that that shit was just fresh, brand new from the store.
But watch this here too. I got some research that show Indian tribes speaking English when the Europeans came in contact with them. Plenty of tribes, especially on the eastern seaboard, and when they got to the south, even Gullah language, the Gullah Geechee language that they speak about. The first person to speak about it was in the early 1900s to speak about this Gullah language or this Gullah people or Gullah culture, and he said that they speak broken English. Now later on, Lorenzo Dow Turner came and said that it was an African language. And then later on, Joseph Afala came in the 80s, and he's accredited to making the quote unquote Gullah connection through the language. A white boy, he got Sierra Leone citizenship. So I'm saying, because this is my thing, when we don't, how long would it take for a person to actually colonize a person to speak the language when we all didn't go to school, we all didn't go to church? It was interior parts that of the U.S. that we lived in that they didn't even come in contact until the civil rights, when they, we see them come down in the civil rights and start coming to get a lot of that land down there then through the assimilation. That's when people start going to school or going to you feel me, being around them, because our pastors came out of our community a lot of the times. But yeah, so I'm seeing that because my grandma, all right, so I found a record, a census record in the 1800s, and it had on there had language, what language they speak. The whole list spoke English. My grandmother on there spoke English. So coming all the way through the 1800s, all the way to my household when I was growing up in the 90s, everybody still speaking a form of English because my grandma don't say all the words right. And we was a little embarrassed to bring my friends over because my mama was first generation from the country. So when they hear my grandma talk, she probably sound like she ain't got no sense or know what she talking about. But we understand everything she's saying. It's just broken English. You feel me? So yeah, I had wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Well, we got to first go back to when was we first exposed to English, because we was exposed to English long before the settlers came, because the Irish came first to escape the settlers with the Norse, who was protecting Scotland and Scotia. So we was exposed to English around the 1100s.
Correct.
From
so
the Irish.
Now you just hit some on the head. So in 1066, you had the invasions of the Normans. The Normans came into England from what would be France, and with William the Conqueror. Once they started taking over that land, that's where you get the mix, because it was only a few people back then who spoke the language. They also spoke the Dog Latin language. So that'll be Scots, that'll be Irish, and that'll be people from England, Anglo-Saxons. And with that emergence of the Normans, that's when it came in. Back then, they had something called the Great Vowel Shift. You familiar with that? The Great Vowel Shift, where they started taking out the vowels in some of the words, or making long vowels in some of the words. And that.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's the same as in Arabic when they added the sun letters. I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's when they altered it in from this Old English, this language called Old English. Now the dog language or Latin, it was a mixture of Latin and that English language. It was a trade language. And when they got over here to the North Carolinas and to the South, they were speaking it. But in the 13 colonies, the people in the South didn't get contact with the Europeans until after 1815, at the beginning of the Seminole Wars, when the South started going in the statehood, like Alabama, 1817, when they started getting Georgia.
I'm gonna give you a lead on some research. Find out who Momo Brise is and how did she get her red hair, pink ass in the pantheon of the gods of the Vadun in New Orleans.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Then you'll start to see how long we've been interacting with pale faces too.
Well, I don't think they was pale faces. I say that. And another thing I wanted to ask you about the coats of arms. Now, when we look at these coats of arms, a lot of us have these names, but when we look on the other side of the world with them, it's more of us here than it was them. So my question would be, do you think that these places like London, Paris, Ulster, out of the Isles of Man, the Highlands, and the North and Southern Scotland, the people from the West, they were called, you had people coming out the West, but they also called the people that was coming out of Ireland the West as well. But these are the only particular people that spoke this language. Now, they spoke the same language, and they had the same style of architect that you find here in the Americas, which is in a multitude more than them, because we have states bigger than the countries out there. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, because
you also got to remember that we sent Algonquins to help the French and the Spanish to exile the Moors out of Europe.
Yeah, well, the Algonquins helped the French. The Algonquins had a direct connection with the French, and I think it's a direct bloodline, because in 1563 they came to South Carolina, Fort Caroline, and the Indians crashed their settlement. Well, when they came back to the U.S., they went straight to Canada, in the upper regions of Canada, and they helped the Algonquins fight the Iroquois nation. And so we see the French have their longest settlement in Canada before 1763, when after the French and Indian War, that's when they lost it and it transferred over to the British. But we do see them come down to Mississippi and then into Louisiana in the 1700s.
Do you know the origin of the English language?
Which one?
You know they don't originate in Europe.
Now, I think it comes from here, because you can't go and have contact with every person and change their language. That'll be impossible. So when we turn around and we see everyone speaking this language, different forms of it, because they have, if you look at the English language, they have Appalachian English, they have English coming from up north, they have the Sea Island English, they have Southern English, they have Texas English, they have different forms of what they call American English. So even though everyone in America, they don't speak the same form of English, they all have their own unique.
You're absolutely right, because matter of fact, a good example is a New Yorker and somebody from LA. And when they come into somewhere like Chicago, it take a minute for you to realize y'all speaking the same language, because you have certain stuff that's native to the other two cities, and neither one of them is taking place in the language going on in Chicago. But once they get together for a while, it only take a couple of minutes for you to say, oh, wait a minute, they're not speaking the same English. So now what we do, we revert to what we call the King's English or the Queen's English in order to communicate.
Find that common ground, right?
Right. Now, when you go to the origin of the English language, it was the Orisha language, which became Irish, which became English. Right?
Well, I thought it came from the Anglo-Saxons. The Anglo-Saxons are the ones
it's an African tongue. It's originally an African tongue from northern Africa. And the priest who was St. Patrick was slaughtering, them the ones who brought it over here. They was what we call pygmy priests, but they was all working to protect the heirs of Scotland and Ireland, which was the twin sisters, Scotia and Scotia. One of them has a buttermilk complexion with red hair. The other one had a caramel complexion with kingly hair and freckles. Today, you find Scotia's children in Nova Scotia and Scottish children in the Appalachian Mountains, because we didn't allow settlers to advance beyond the Appalachian Mountains unless they was about to marry into what we call the root clan.
Yeah, they
And
get
this
it
is
done.
why the king told them don't cross them Appalachians, because they knew it was going to be a problem.
Yeah, that was King George. A situation happened in 1744 where the Iroquois was selling land that didn't belong to them, and they went to George and told him, "Man, you got to do something about this." And in 63, after the war, he signed the Proclamation Act, Treaty of Paris, and then you got the Proclamation line where they couldn't cross over the Appalachians, like you said. So that's what made the Scottish, who was arch enemies with the English at that time, they became Indian traders. And so they became real prevalent in crossing the mountains and going to go trade. That's how they ended up becoming a major factor.
Well,
But,
before the English came, we was on good terms with Irish and Scots.
Yeah, they was here. That's why I say when you look at the coast of Orm, these families are just running the colony over there in Europe. So the international trade had been going on. So when King James united the crowns in 1603, came to Virginia in May 14, 1607, then in 1640 to 1642 to be exact, the English Civil Wars would take place. Who would they raid? They'll raid Scotland, the royal lines out of Scotland, and the royal lines out of Ireland, Ulster, and these different places. These would be most of the indigenous areas that'll be taken in 1627 to Barbados and also into Virginia. And so this was an empire that they had because you had American Indians, you had people coming out of Jamaica and the islands. They went back to Europe and fought in that war. They also defeated African nations. They went into West Africa also but see, they army played a big role in, but they went into Africa and smashed them niggas too. But you said something earlier.
That's why when they bring up them slave barracks, I always point to the fact that the cannons is not pointing inland. The cannons is pointing to the ocean. Who the hell is they fighting if the cannons is facing the ocean? Why would they be sending people off to go with the enemy? That don't even make sense.
Well, you know what else don't make sense? I thought about it too. So even with this story, you get King James is colonizing Virginia. Now, the story that they give us in Virginia, you got two characters. You have King James and you have Chief Powhatan. Now, in this story, the major characters, Chief Powhatan, his daughter. On the English side is John Smith, John Roast, the guy that's going to be said to have Pocahontas' baby. John Smith is the only one that's going to write. He's the primary source to it. And he wrote it later, and then right after that, he ended up passing away. Now, Pocahontas.
Ain't that a coincidence?
That's what I'm saying. Pocahontas passed away, and right after that, John Roast, her baby daddy, passes away just a month after her. Now, the whole story of Powhatan and his Indian story, that goes away, but the line of King James still goes on. So it'll be Virginia, Queen Elizabeth, her cousin James will take over. James, King James' grandson would be Charleston, South Carolina, 1670 to be named after that. Queen Charlotte would be named Charlotte, North Carolina, be named after her. So my question would be, is it possible that this hierarchy was actually in America instead of England? Now we know they united the crown, so they had an empire because King James was put over all overseas business. That's what the uniting of the crown in 1603 was about. So do you think they could have been here because the Indians, they died in the first 3 pages of the chapter, the first 3 pages of the chapter. We don't hear about the nigga no more. But
okay, you got to remember who write history. Do the losers write history?
The colonizers write the history. The winners write the history.
Right.
But we know that Pocahontas never lived. It never was a Pocahontas. And so that's why I'm saying, because we can follow this Stewart line down. The first Indian agent was James Stewart. So we see them, and he coming out of the Stewart bloodline. You also had the Bacons and the Tudors. They were kin. So Elizabeth was a Tudor. She was the last of the Tudor Empire. she had her boyfriend was Dudley, Robert Dudley, and Dudley was cool with the Bacon family. So you had Francis Bacon, who gonna write the King James Bible. He gonna come out of that line. King James is his first cousin. Nathaniel Bacon is his great nephew. He's gonna be involved in the Bacon's Rebellion. He's the governor there. His cousin William Berkeley is the governor there. His cousin William Berkeley is the governor there, and they gonna fight in the Bacon's Rebellion. But we see this line of King James and them present in and shit. He even got a town named after him, King James, but he don't have a town named after him in England. Queen Charlotte don't have a town named after her. James Duke of York, his grandson, New York is named after him. So Charleston is named after his other grandson. William and Mary is named after his great granddaughter. Mary, Queen Mary. Queen Anne War, 1701, 1702, is named after his great granddaughter. And so
now what you're talking about is the royal edicts of the lords. The lords are the ones of the royal families of Europe that govern over land grants. And when they name the land after somebody, they name it in honor of them because they consider that a conquest, right? But they hadn't conquered yet. When they started naming stuff, it was in anticipation of us going along with the narrative that they had begun to feed us at the time, that that whole slave narrative and all of this stuff. But when you go back in the historical records, you will find that New York is New Yorkshire, and is named after Yorkshire, England. This goes into the mascot of the Knicks.
Hold up, Unc. Is Yorkshire, England named after Yorkshire, New York? Because James Duke of York is gonna get the charter there, and that's when
New York name was originally New Yorkshire. It was actually it was New Amsterdam first, then they changed it to New Yorkshire, and then they started calling it New York in a short form.
Yeah, that's gonna be at the restoration in 1664, where they take over from the Dutch, right?
This is it's the razzle dazzle play by naming stuff to make it look like they the legitimate owners.
But what if that's what I'm saying? What if they actually are the characters in these? Because we know I can prove they made up the Pocahontas. I can prove that ain't nobody named Chief Powhatan ever lived. That's why they die so early in the story, and they have. Another thing
okay, look, just for reference purposes, when the movies now, we always know who's gonna die first in the movie.
But you list the white lady who run and fall on the ground.
That's the horror movies. I'm talking about in the regular movies when we used to watch, and we used to always know if it was the brother in it.
Yeah, the brother gonna go first. Yeah,
he gonna be gone in the first scene. We gonna hurry up and get rid of him.
I have a question. Mm-hmm. Before I even ask the question, it's funny that you mentioned Pig Latin Top, because I had asked that question, I think, in your chat a few days ago, whether or not anybody grew up speaking Pig Latin, because I thought that was just like a family thing or up north thing. And my aunties and my grandmothers used to speak that when they didn't want us to know what they were talking about. But eventually we caught on, you know what I mean? And I find it funny because now they offer courses. You can actually, they offer courses now on certain campuses to learn how to speak Pig Latin. It's crazy. It's wild. My question, though, I asked Rod this already, so I'm gonna ask you, okay? Anytime we talking about American Indian history, right? Barbados is always mentioned. Can you speak to why that is?
Again, coming out this same Stuart royal family, King Charles I is gonna sign a charter in 1627 and send J. Carlisle over to Barbados. And that's gonna be 1627. Who they gonna bring over there? Scots and Irish indentured servants. Now, these people that they bringing over are skilled workers, and they're actually have coastal arm and living in castles out there, plenty castles, and we'll see that turned over once they took it. We even had I had the names of the people who end up taking over those properties after that. But they sent them here. The Jews out of Brazil, they're gonna connect with them in the rum and sugar connection, and they're gonna take the colony to Jamaica. William Penn, ancestor, and Vulnerables, they gonna help defeat the Spanish and the Arawakan. They gonna get in there. So the Spanish, we know they was niggas, and then you had the Arawakans. They gonna go into the mountains. That's where you get your maroon culture from out there. This is before African could come there because the British are just now getting it. Port Royal, and that'll be after Charles II get which is Charles I's son, get referrated back to the seat, to the crown. That'll be 1660. So that'll be their connection, and that link will go directly to Charleston, South Carolina. Again, 1670, Charles II. And they're gonna have the Royal African Company, and their ports are gonna be out of Port Royal, South Carolina, Port Royal, Jamaica, and Cape Costa in West Africa. That's what they're gonna start out with under the Royal African Company. So that'll be the connection between Barbados and Charleston. And a lot of them people did come there. They still talk like that. they talk like you.
Hey, here go an interesting thing for you, Top Cat. When we say Mr. Charlie, we talking about King Charles I all the way to the 5th, all of the Charleses. From King Charles I to King Charles V. Then was that's the Charlie we be talking about down south. Don't let Mr. Charlie catch you.
Yeah, Mr. Charlie. Everybody know Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie in the pickup truck with the windows raised down.
Why did you say
hitting at our grandma? Yeah, hitting on our grandma. What'd you say,
yeah.
Chief? Yes. Because I didn't want to forget to ask you this. You're saying that the story of Pocahontas never took place because there's maybe I think I found 2 Pocahontas name, just a name in my family line.
There's a lot of people name themselves Pocahontas.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
The Pocahontas, the real Pocahontas that they're talking about, the primary source of Pocahontas would be the diary that John Smith wrote, which is later after he said he left the colony of Virginia. So the next time we'll hit a story will be through a guy named Thomas Rolfe. He'll be the character, and he is said to be the son of Pocahontas and John Rolfe, which are both to die early in the story. And so he said to come back to Virginia 27 years later. What's interesting is the guy who drove the boat that kidnapped Pocahontas is going to be the same guy that's going to go back and tell the message. Now, Powhatan is dead, but they're going to get this guy all of the land. They said that his grandpa left him all of the land here, a lot of acres that belong to the Indians. And he coming back 27 years later. Nobody never met him. His grandpa never met him, but he left him all his land. Now, through that is going to be a family called Bolins, the Bolins. They will hold the rank to the Pocahontas line. Now, remember, they're European, they're not Indian. So
I know I know because I was telling Dulcinea, them quarrels are mixed up in that. You know that.
Yeah, see, they have a book. They have a book, and you have to be in the book, or you wouldn't be considered in the family. So they have a genealogy list, and they're labeled a royal family here. So you have plenty of presidents who claim ancestry to that line. Now they set up a historical society, and they set up a play in 1803 was the first time they did a ritual of the reenactment of the settlement of Jamestown. Now, if you wasn't on that first list, no different than the Mayflower, the story of the Mayflower, they have what's called the Mayflower Compact List. And this is a list of the people that was said to be the first settlers. And so they would make a hierarchy out of this here. And but what's interesting about that is the first list is not found. The list was missing, it was lost, and they said they got it back like 50 years later. And from somewhere in England, a dude had it in his drawer or something like this here, right? And the nephew said he memorized it. He said they don't know what happened to the original copy, but he memorized it. So this was a way for him to take the power. So they are still, and they end up creating the New Colony Club and also the Massachusetts Historical Society, which a lot of the history and literature is controlled through. these historical societies. So yeah, now Pocahontas never lived. Later in the 2000s, you had Little Barry Cuslow come, and they said they're gonna tell the story of Pocahontas, and they said that Pocahontas had a daughter before the English got here, and so that's what bloodline they coming out, but they white folks. And in the 18,
I don't know about that because the Pocahontas in my family line always back all the way back like to the 1700s or 1600s or something.
yeah, no, there's a lot of people named Pocahontas though.
That's
They
why I was
have the name, but
the name. That's the only thing I was concerned
He
about.
talking about the character that they use to usurp.
Another thing, you ever heard of Daniel Quarles? They say he was, you heard of Huckleberry Finn, the story.
Right. That's what your family down here, Big Al Quarles. That's what he told me about. He had the books and everything. He said that the Quarles wrote Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah. And
I want to
Benjamin.
point something out. Top Cats brought up, and I don't know if he noticed it, but you hear the guy said his grandfather left him all of that land, right?
Right.
If you from the land, you know that's BS. The father not gonna leave the sons the land. The land go to the women.
Go through the women. Facts, bars. The land go through the women.
So when he came over here with that story, anybody that's really from over here knew he was making it up. So you had to be from somewhere else to follow that narrative as the truth. When we know from the land that if the mother don't have no daughters, she pick one of her sons as the heir, and his daughters become the heir.
You breaking up a little bit, Rod.
No, I can hear him good.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah. So
that's why they was taking the women last name in the beginning. The men would never take the women last name.
And that's why they was using that sweetheart swindle to swindle us out of the land, because they would have these Negroes marrying into our families, poisoning Big Mama, and then he go hire the Joneses to oversee the so-called field Negroes. It was the family farm. They took Big Mama name out the house and called it the big house and said we was on the plantation. We was on the family farm, but when they made the conditions so horrid, we all wanted to leave. We ain't never want to leave Big Mama house till they came.
Yeah, that's something interesting too, because I was just telling them last night, showing them the plantations like down in DeKalb County in Florida. I mean in Georgia, in Atlanta, North DeKalb. It's we had a huge plantation down there, and Joseph Rainey come down. He in my bloodline through there. You know what's even colder too? Talking about speaking of genealogy. So Abraham Lincoln grandma is my 6th great grandma. Her name was Lucy Hanks. Yeah, her name was Lucy Hanks. And my 5th great grandpa is gonna be she was with my 6th great grandpa. So Abraham Lincoln is right here. His mama Nancy Hanks, I got her right here in my tree. She my 5th great grandma. You hear me? Abraham Lincoln. I got all the records. I had the newspapers with the family on there. They coming out of Virginia to Kentucky. You feel me? Ain't no
Tom Hanks, your cousin.
Who that? Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
Oh, he can the Hanks and the Hanks, the Shipleys, the Sparrows, all of them was together.
They say that he traces lineage back to Lincoln.
Yeah, I can't, man. I'm talking about mine going straight down. So I knew who my 3rd great grandma was already. Then I found her mama, and then her grandma was Kenny Lincoln. Her grandpa, it was through her grandpa, and then it go up to his mama Nancy Hanks and to his grandma Lucy. Yeah, that what that genealogy do, man. Never know what you're gonna find.
Right. I love the fact that I found Langston Hughes, Billy Porter, Benjamin Quarles. I found so many beautiful, the bloodlines. That genealogy is something you are so telling the truth. beautiful. So, what we're going from here tonight?
Well, look, I wanted to say this one thing that Rob had spoke about earlier when he was saying about the additions onto the English language. One thing that's important about that is we are the only people that can add on to the language. When we make up words, they go put it in the language.
You went silent type of.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I was saying earlier you were speaking about the languages and the additions to the English language. We the only people in the world that can add additions to the English language. And the words that we come up with, I get one when Cash Money came out with bling bling. They wouldn't put that in the English language. All of these different terms, we the only people that can add to the language. So right there, that ought to show ownership to it. Because if it's their language, then they wouldn't even want what we talking about in the language. You feel me? So we the only ones really can add on to the English language, and that's been happening for a while now.
Well, that's not necessarily the case, type Cat. When you look in the etymology of a lot of the words, they adopt words from all over the world into the English language.
Right.
We changed the language structure in the way that we use the language that mimics the structure of the indigenous tongue. That's how we able to come up with the different patois and the pigeons and all of the pig Latins, because what we doing is we using the English language, but we using our traditional way to speak that confuses anybody that speak English to what we really saying. This is where you end up with Ebonics being taught in the schools, Pig Latin, as the sister said, being taught in the universities, because they trying to keep up with us. We ain't trying to keep up with them. They studying us, and we ain't even paying them attention. We don't care. We want to go. We just want to go back to our systems and our ways so that we can experience something called freedom in our lifetime. And beef is inherited. So wherever we at on the land, according to our inheritance, our blood right, we inherit the conflict of the chief that dominated the land at the time that was last under our control in order to resolve the matter. That's how I end up inheriting the title of Chief Pontiac. I don't know nothing about the difference in from Chief Pontiac to Chief Tuscaloosa so much as I know how the inheritance and the conflicts passed down. And this how I knew what I had to work on when I became older and I started studying different stuff. I started seeing that, oh, I got to pick this up where he left off. And then I got to finish. Because you remember, the French lost two major battles. They lost the one in Haiti to Toussaint, and they lost the one in Detroit, what they call Rouge River or Bloody River Run, to Chief Pontiac. This is when they sent us back the Statue of Liberty, which is a drag queen. And then they built the Eiffel Tower in France and Paris, where they signed the Paris Accord to usurpers. We thinking it's some good stuff because they say it's the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and all the time it's the Treaty of Usurpation and dehumanization is really what it was, because it didn't have nothing to do with us. Because if we would have knew from the names in the treaty, if it would have really been us, you would have had something dealing with the trees, the water, or the land over here in the name of the chief, and ain't none of that in there.
But,
you don't had none of that in there.
But a lot of them chiefs had English names.
Those were
like my kinfolk Osceola. His name was Billy Paul.
Right, but
yeah,
because your nickname is your tribal name. Your Western name is the name that you use to do business with the colonizers.
But see, watch this here. They didn't have no contact with them though. You know, the Seminoles ain't rock with nobody. So
no, they was pretty rebellious. They
about to go down there to Florida to go check them out. I'm about to go out there and I'm gonna pay them to sit down and talk to me, and then I'm gonna start. I'm gonna come in with my shit. I'm gonna have my genealogy, so I'm Osceola kinfolk. I can take it down from his line, from his son, all the way down to my family still had their surname. To this day, we still wear their surname. Yeah, come out of Alabama.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say this here too. When Webster created the English dictionary, he pointed out that the English language borrowed a lot of their words from American Indian vocabulary.
That is the case in the early early dictionaries of the English language. It's a lot of words that come from one of the indigenous tongues, but they changed the pronunciation to fit into the English paradigm. So that's exactly what was happening at that time. But since then, like the word avatar is a Hindu word, right? Um, when we talk about feng shui, that's a Japanese word, but we know what it is in English, right? So a lot of words in the English language, you pull out a dictionary and at the point of origin, it'll tell you where it's from old Gaelic, old French, wherever it's from, old Hindu or whatever. But some of the words that don't have an origin is probably from over here. And for all my African brothers, listen, Kambi Balongo mean river. You ain't catch that, did you, Top?
Wait, say it again in that accent. Go ahead. Say that. Say it again in that accent. Let me hear one more time.
That's the Kambi Balongo mean river. That's Kunta Kinte and Roots.
Right. Hey, you remember that part in there when he told them that they ain't that lady told him, he said he was a Mandingo, and she told him she from America.
Yeah, I ain't no African.
Yeah.
But remember Federer say, now this is a Guinea nigga. He come all the way from Africa. We don't know nothing about no Africa.
Yeah, y'all ain't never seen no African. Yeah. I mean, that was a dead giveaway. I mean, I don't see how people didn't catch that. It was right in their face.
That's how they didn't catch it, because it was right in their face.
Turn up. Turn up.
Yeah, they said it's called hidden in plain sight. Everything they did to us, they told us they was either gonna do it, they were doing it, or they had just finished doing it. They told us in all three tenses. But they didn't tell us in the way that we would tell each other, because they don't want us to figure it out and put the puzzle together.
Yeah, I was finding a lot of my people them fought in the Civil War. I was going through a lot of them records there. A lot of them fought in the Civil War. The Ku Klux Klan hung one of my cousins after the Civil War. They called him a pretty boy. Say he had a bad mouth, and he put a militia together, and the Klan came and hung him. Came to his house and hung him. They was 70 deep on horseback. He was in there. He had one homie with him, and they downed both of them.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's how they did it. When if they caught a chief that they couldn't do business with and they couldn't control him, the next thing that was murder on the. That's how they was end up establishing their supremacy. We thinking they was lynching people because they color. They was lynching them because of who they was and what they knew.
And the land they owned, yeah.
Because they know how to. They know they waking up to their historical self, and so the maintenance of the conjure, they had to kill off all the ones waking up to keep the rest of them asleep.
I wanted to ask y'all, especially because Chief Topcats know a lot of family names. The Roans, the Butlers, the Braxtons. Do you know anything about those last names? The Roans, Roane.
Nah, I won't say so. I just know the Braxton sisters. I think you say you was kin to them, right?
Yeah, we are. But
that name is French.
Okay, it was Roans, Butlers. You know any Butlers?
That's English.
Yeah, I went to school with some Butlers. Yeah, I played football with the Butlers.
It's so many. It's so many different last names though, but those are the main ones that I can remember off that Quarles line. But yeah, I always wondered. It's so much I try to learn about them. I need to start learning more so about my father's family side too. They from Georgia. They Reddens. It's weird how what I would like to do is find out prior to the invaders coming on these lands to the tribal nations. What type of did they even have last names? They didn't, or did they just have whatever your tribe was your name, your considered your last name?
But most
So
of oh my bad, turn on, you got it.
most of the time back then when we introduce ourselves, let's say for instance, I'm Little River Running, but I'm from the Ojibwa. But it's another guy, Little River Running, and he from the Choctaw. So we would be distinguished by the tribe by having the same designation as a name. In modern times, your tribal name is your nickname because your nickname is based on a defining characteristic. If you go back to how we name children, we used to have naming ceremonies because we had to determine the character of the child. And then you have some tribes that name them at birth, but they name it change because they got ceremonies you do. And sometimes the child will tell you who they was in the last life, and that's the name you have to name them. That's how Tupac ended up become Tupac. His mama kept asking him what's his name, and finally he told her.
I often said that when you're a child, you could see you still have some sight from the last life, and then as you grow older, it fades away.
Well, you
Yeah,
know, Big Mom and her sister and them, they gonna say that was granddaddy that came back. You know what I'm saying? They gonna you 1 year old, 2 years old. They say, he act just like granddaddy. That granddaddy Jack coming back.
Yeah,
yep. Because that was what they when our women say marking a child, they mean that you giving them the character of another person in the family. So you mark that child to be just like so and so, right? But that's just saying that when you mark that child, you told so and so to come back through this child, right? Then they used to sit the babies down in front of 2, 3 big mamas, well, a big mama and 2 of the aunties that was her support team, and they sit there and watch that child. And they, you know who that is? That's so and so. Show is because he hold his mouth just like him.
Yeah, he walked just like him. Yeah, my grandma always give me like that. She was like, "Boy, I thought she was my brother walking up." You know, brother passed away a while ago. She always saying that
Right,
he
look
walked
like
just like him. I'm looking at you on the camera. I thought that was my brother coming to the door. Yeah, she still do that to this day. And you know, we had names like my kinfolk named Turtle. I got a kinfolk named Frog. I got a kinfolk named Bear. You know what I'm saying? Real name Billy, but we've been calling him Bear since he came out the womb.
Look,
Bam Bam.
I got a cousin in California named Bear. To this day, I don't know what his English name is. I just know his name Bear.
We call those pet names. We say
Yeah,
this is
them those are tribal designation names.
And one of the ways that we know that is because in boarding school that the Native Americans go to, they assign them a name at school, and they call it a tribal name. But we get ours from the house. You feel me?
Absolutely, I agree with you, Tomcats. I
Well,
agree.
when you
Real quick, y'all.
I done had Rah Rah, Boo Boo, Bina.
That's a fact. That is a fact. I had a question about, and this is my last question because I know it's getting late. We've been on here for a while. But I had a question about, like my last question, I promise, right? About land, because that's so important. So like, all right, so like at the beginning of the 20th century, like the early 1900s, right? Records show that, you know, we owned over 14 million acres of land in totality, right? That's a lot of land to have, right? And we know that eventually things like that was lost, whether it was through eminent domain, USDA lending policies, forced sales, right? Through co-owned land called heirs property, because you can, you know, a lot of people who are descendants and didn't even know that they are heirs to that property, right? And then they sell it, not knowing it. and you hear so many people say, "Oh, my family owned land here in so and so or whatever." I know now, and don't quote me, I could be wrong, y'all can correct me, right? But if I'm not mistaken, there's a few southern states in particular that had passed the Heirs Property Act. I think like North Carolina was one. I think Louisiana.
The Sea Island, South Carolina.
Okay. Perfect. I just wanted you guys to speak, or one of you to speak, just share with the audience the importance of holding on to land, right, and not selling it for $1.15, right? And the importance. Just speak to that about the heirs property and the inheritance and how that looked like.
Well, a lot of those people losing their heirs property, and with the heirs property, it only take one person out the family to sign it. Now, this was a method that they used with the chiefs. I used the Choctaw as an example. When they came in and wanted to negotiate with those different Choctaw towns, they only went to one chief. And even though the others didn't agree until they said, okay, we're going to take your land, and then they'll sign until the Choctaws had no more land. So that was one of the ways. I give another one. When the Creek signed up with the Confederate, the McIntosh, Chili McIntosh, Danny McIntosh, them, they forced the name of the other chiefs on there. So, like Opethel La Hoya is one of them that they forced the name. So, and they end up raiding their village, and that's how the Creek ended up going up to Kansas, joining USCTs and fighting against the Confederates, actually defeating them, and made the last general of the Confederate surrender, which was Stan Wadey, who was a mixed race Cherokee. But that's, that, like, even today. So my auntie bought all the land in Louisiana. So the family members still were heirs to it, but she bought it out for them. And she told me, she say, if them Negroes will sell it to me, they'll sell it to them white folk. So she had to go down there and buy all of it. Yeah. And that land been our family out almost 200 years now.
Top Cats, when you said Al Quarrel, you know my cousin Al. Big Al.
Big Al. I grew up with Big Al.
I have a Big Al.
Al Quarles and Rashad Quarles. I grew up with Quarles. They from my hood down here.
Okay.
Yeah, they from my neighborhood. Terrible too. Yeah, you got some bad kinfolk. Yeah, they terrible. They act just like me. You hear me? We grew up together.
And me.
Hey, she mentioned eminent domain. The eminent domain is what they use to institute the squatters' right. Right? This was part of a military strategy to take the land from the people who it belonged to. They use paperwork to do that. Paperwork can't transfer land in the tribal structure. The land can only be transferred from mother to daughter to granddaughter, or from mother to father to granddaughter. The father is only an interim governor of the land until a daughter is old enough to take on the responsibility of a tribal mother. Then the land transfers according to what the collective tribal mothers had designated for that clan. When they came over here with the eminent domain, that's what they use. When you go listen to Martin Luther King talking about they brought the European peasantry over here and undergirded them with an economic floor, who do you think taught them how to farm the land over here? This is how they
right.
Yeah, so this is how they instituted the sharecropping agreement. Because the sharecropping agreement was designed to lock you into a perpetual debt until you lose your property rights.
Correct.
Right. So a lot of the sharecroppers wouldn't use pale-face money to finance their farms. They go out and go gator hunting and sell gator skins and all kind of stuff before they would even go to the settlers for anything, because they seen the trick. But they children and grandchildren didn't understand why Papa wouldn't take that money, because it looked good in the front, but the back end was the suffrage. That was done under eminent domain, and that's where the squatter rights is part of eminent domain. So now when you see these modern Moors using the squatters' rights, they using the same method that was used against us, but now they go into prison for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad that y'all mentioned this one thing, and I'm in it.
You better not.
Right in my night.
Do not start.
No, they did when
Oh
they
my
said that the land goes to the female, and I'm gonna tell you why it makes me feel good.
Oh, what you
Because
say?
it doesn't. It's not like that in Africa. Everything goes to the man, handed down to the son, and that's the African way.
That's not
So,
all of the tribes, though.
All of them, yeah.
oh,
Some of them are matrilineal.
I never heard of a tribe in Africa that sends the land to the woman. They come, and if the man, even if the man dies, the husband or something, the brothers come and take the land from her.
Right. And he'll take his slip off and beat her with it.
What?
Well, they don't take the land from her. The brothers are supposed to take her, the kids.
Yeah, he gonna marry them.
But
Brother gonna
exactly.
marry her.
But y'all, I gotta go. Peace and love, everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, sister.
Yeah.
It's my understanding, and that's a big difference than everything handing down to the woman, the granddaughter, the great grandchild. The women of it's completely different. If we were African, it would not be that because they would still be holding the same traditions from there to here. You understand how I'm saying it?
I know exactly what you're saying.
And it's a
Right?
big difference.
Yeah. They some of the tribes over there are matriarchal. A lot of tribes are, but they will be suppressed in all forms of media in order to suppress the mother's authority in the family. If you go back to Shaka, his mama made him the king while his daddy was still living.
I'm trying to remember that story, and I don't remember that.
She the one told him. She told him when he was a little boy he was gonna grow up to be the king of the Zulu and unite all of the Zulu nations under one chief.
Yeah, but she knew who his daddy was. His daddy was already the king, and his father was the king before him.
But you got to remember, she was his concubine. She wasn't his senior wife. Therefore, the only way she could appoint Shaka to be the king is she had to have a higher rank in the bloodlines than Shaka's father.
Well, the way they made the story, remember the witches came, and when she got pregnant, they had already gave him the ability to be that he was going to be the king. I love that story. I looked at that so much.
And if you remember our culture, you know when them big mamas come and say the baby that's coming gonna be the chief.
Yes.
That sucker gonna be the chief whether you want to or not.
Yeah, that was amazing. I love that story. I love that story. But I'm just saying, when y'all say that about the lands being handed down, everything is pertaining to mama over here. I mean, seriously, do you really think that if we were African, it would be that way? I just don't think so. I've never even heard of over in Africa, things are handed down to the woman. I've never heard of it. And from my understanding, they just don't have no respect like they do.
I'm gonna send you some reference material.
Please do. You ever heard of it, Chief Top Cats?
Man, I'm sorry. I was pulling something up. I didn't hear what you said.
Did you ever heard of that?
What was that? I'm sorry. I was pulling
The
something up.
woman. Okay, what I was trying to say was I was appreciating the fact that you and Chief Rock Hayes had brung up Chief Pontiac had brung up that the lands are passed down to the females in the Indian tribal ways, but in Africa, everything is handed to the man.
Yeah, they male dominated. We that's why Big Mama is the cornerstone of the family. Big Daddy, how great as he was, that's why he can go have a family on the other side of town or around the corner. But
I ain't never heard over in Africa they handed anything down to some woman. They always handed to the first son. I mean, the first son is so that even the mama's alive and that was her husband. The first son say, "This my land, this my dad's land, this my father's, this my father that." Even while the mom's living.
They go back to who controlling our narratives that we getting about the motherland, because a lot of the tribes push the women back for the men to step out front and fight the wars that was being thrust up on the people. So it looked like the men was dominating. But it don't matter. Go to the woman king. Even though she wasn't the ruler, he respected her opinion more than he did his wife.
I
Because
say my bad.
he understood that certain women have certain gifts from the spirit that you can't deny in the flesh.
I believe that, but I'm just saying.
Well, I say this here too, though, Sister Freedom. A lot of those African tribes get that through Islam because West Africa was predominantly Islamic. So that had a lot to play with it. That had a lot to play in it as well.
Yeah, a lot of them was converted before we ever got information about them. We looking at post-Islamic invasion, and all of that is when they started pushing the women back for their protection. But Africa used to be a matriarchal land, just like the Americas, before they started getting invaded by these warring factions from outside.
Right,
The
these different
tribes,
religions, had a lot to do with that change. So the Moors went into West Africa, and they took Islam in there. They left the Iberian Peninsula, and the Moors left, and
The black ones or the white or those
now the black Moors. That's why the tribes out there are Islamic. That's why the Portuguese 1452 under Dom Diversa, they went into Portugal, but that's why the Moors were there. That's why they was writing out the Ajami script, right, which is an Islamic script. And that's when Christianity came in 1841. That's when they ushered in Christianity in the Bible. That's why when they created Liberia, the Americo Liberians went over. They brought Christianity with them. Daniel Coker brought the AME church with him. And they sent Edward Blythe, and one of the fathers of Pan-African, who grew up in the Jewish church. He went there under the Methodists and created Islam under his party, and they brought the first college to Liberia, which he came down into Tuskegee in the late 1800s, and went back and took that blueprint there, which was a vocational school, and brought a lot of ways there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but he brought in Islam to throw off, the Christianity connection there. I had wanted to play something on the land. This is my auntie right here talking to me about the land. Let me know if y'all can hear this. It's about like a minute and 30 seconds.
And I hate to say that because I don't ever want to see the day when Tasha gotta go. But one day I'm gonna be gone. You gotta document the information I give you. And all this stuff in my head, I need to write it down in a section. I had to show my birth certificate, the mama birth,
almost done.
She would make me take a pencil and pad and go to all my ancestral burial ground, make me write down what was on the tombstones. And then as I wrote it down, she told me how they were kin to me. Then she gave me stories about them.
All right, I'll stop it right there. But she was 17. She almost she in her 60s right now. And this the person that brought me on to, my whole methodology and my approach. If you listening to her, you can hear, you can hear I sound just like her, but that's how I got my methodology, but like she said, she had to go back 6 generations or state of Louisiana was gonna take the land. We hadn't had a land succession in over 100 years to pass it over to the next generation. So she had to go back 6 generations to prove just to get transfer the land to our generation. But it went through the women. That's what I wanted to point out. It ain't my uncles fighting for it, but it's the women in the family.
One of the sisters brought up in the comments that the settlers would only speak to men when they came. That's because they was patriarchs that came. The patriot is the patriarch. And the women knew what was going on, and that's why all of the chiefs if you go back and look, the chiefs was telling them way back in when, we don't have final say, the clan mother do, right? And they disregard them like, okay, well, whatever. And then when they come back, they got some scheme, right? If you notice, they used to always say that we signed our name with an X. But when you go somewhere and somebody wants you to sign something, where do they put on there to show you where to sign? They put an X.
Put an X, right.
Why is the name blank behind the X? Because they wasn't signing. So they was saying the X was the name signature they used because they was illiterate, which was BS. They didn't agree with transferring land to foreign invaders. So they had to use the eminent domain, the sharecroppers agreement, and the squatters' rights in order to rustle the land from the people. And because we was already had problems with each other, we was fighting with each other, they was exploiting us by offering our enemies, which was warring clans. We didn't fight to the death, but they started offering them implements of death, the firearms, in order to fight them, for them to assist the tribe to fight the other tribe. And then they have the English would get one guns, the French would get the other's guns, and then they sick them on each other and step back. That's why Elijah Muhammad said everywhere he go, he find peaceful people, start a conflict between them and offer them a solution. And always add to the end of that for a fee, because it's going to cost you when they offer the solution. You just don't know what it's going to cost you till it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We want to thank you, Rod, and thank you a lot for coming on. You always run to the rescue. And here come legendary Chief to top it off. This was like the icing on the cake.
Hey, I said for him too, didn't I?
Yes, you did. He been asking for you from the beginning.
Yeah, okay. I had to come through, man. I seen it. I was over here in my genealogy and I seen it. I said, oh, they on. I'm finna go up there and go holler at the queens. Yeah, for sure.
She called me earlier, Top Cat. She said, you coming on, Rod? I was scheduled to do Black Magic tonight, but he had to reschedule for Monday to get his scheduling caught back up.
To my brother Rich.
Yeah. So then when I
on brother Rich, man, I don't think he know who I am though.
Look, so when Sister Freedom called me, I was like, Top Cat's gonna be there. Call Top Cat, see what he doing.
Yeah. I went in this chat and I said, Rod said he might come on tonight.
Right. I saw that too.
Yeah, and then I tried to put it in there like 3 times.
I had saw it.
Yeah. I was trying to make sure. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I was trying to make sure that you seen that. But
yeah, but Unc, if you get a chance, let him know, man. Tell him I want to come on, man, and drop some wisdom, man. Especially
Cause he really curious about about us
In
knowing we ain't
America,
from
right?
that we was already here. He curious about that. I mentioned to you. You mentioned to him. I'm gonna wait till we on the show though. I mentioned to him.
Y'all's event.
Okay.
You, Top Cats, and Dane. That's gonna be fire.
Yeah, Dane said I gotta get you and Brother Rod Hayes on this documentary. It's gonna be kind of like similar to like a Hidden Colors. He didn't say that, but you know, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of the setup, because how the venue he was saying, and you know, he wanted to get the good backgrounds. He gonna have a camera crew in there, and he was like, man, I gotta get y'all too. So we'll figure it out. It'll come together.
Place once that's done.
Hold on, Ryan. You said something about a carnival. I was in the chat, but I heard you said something about a Mardi Gras or something. 2025.
Yeah, it's a year long celebration. That's us celebrating independence from the colonizers. But the way that it's built, it looked like we celebrating 250 years of independence. But what we really celebrating is the breaking of 200 years of oppression.
Of a curse, right.
Right. So, but he had to announce it like that because there's a lot of people that's still behind the curve, but they needed to know in advance that this 1 year celebration was going to happen. I had been talking about the year-long Mardi Gras for 2 years before Trump ever announced the 2025 celebration.
It's a lot going on. But I even suggested that we start doing events, summer events, start speaking, bringing the ancestors, making them happy, speaking on this, doing little events in the summertime and in the winter, but you probably got to do it in some type of places. But I like doing events. That's something I do here all the time, every year. I was supposed to do a big event for Malcolm X's birthday. I did it last year, but I had too much going on this year to do it. But yeah, mostly every year I done had a big event with Umar Johnson. The last two years I haven't though.
Hey, he the biggest joke to me.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what you think about Umar?
I used to love
ran
Umar.
from me one time. Me too.
Listen, I used to love Umar because his passion was so on point. But what made me lose interest is he was building the school for 5 years and the school still wasn't built. And I know he had collected a lot of money.
I personally gave him $150 when he came to Houston 2015. I still got the tape and everything. He pocketed that. Probably when he got he probably went through it in the strip club that night.
But look, I seen him I went to see him in Detroit in person. I think he probably one of the few speakers I decided to go see. But the thing that he really turned me off and the final straw with him was he said that in his family line he related to Nat Turner and he related to Frederick Douglass. Right?
I don't know about that because my mom's husband is a Bailey and he's direct related bloodline related to Frederick Douglass, and I kept telling him.
Let me finish. He turned around and say, we don't want to be black so bad that now we claim to be Native American. And I'm like, you must ain't never read who they said Frederick Douglass was or who they said Nat Turner was. Because Frederick Douglass is Native American and Nat Turner is Native American. So what that make you, nigga? So you rather deny who you is to be black and from Africa. Take your ass back to Africa and go talk to them over there and see how far you get. They'll feed your ass to the lions, nigga.
Yeah, me and Umar got into it like 2 years ago. But he ain't want no smoke. He came on there was talking. It's a lady named Dr. Gordon. She come back from with Dr. B and them. She used to be with Dr. B and them. Yeah, she went and tried to get Umar for me. I was gonna tell Umar up in there. Yeah, he went. We got a YouTube video and everything talking noise on there, talking about you pretendians ain't finna run me off nowhere. Y'all tried it on you. They tried it on YouTube. Nobody been successful. Yeah, and then we started talking all that. That was like 2 years ago though.
Look, I told him the reason he ain't getting the right ancestral support behind the school he open because he keep calling it a damn school.
Well, it's more than that. It's more than that. It's just that energy. Energy is everything.
I see you got a painted twist going on coming up, huh? They painting up there. So they got a painted twist going on.
Well, they painted the outside, and the schools were my friend Theo Gregory is the one who built those schools, and I took Umar to get the schools, and then he didn't want to get them, and then after the stuff went down where he went to court and all that, well, then he came back, and we had a meeting and all that up at the city county building. This is when Theo was the president of city council, and then the schools after Theo built them. The city took the schools for some reason. I can't remember exactly why. After he built those schools, they took it. Oh, the curriculum. They said that something was up with the curriculum for the children. But I'm going to tell you something. That's going to be a hard job because of where the schools are. And he wants this to be a paid private school situation. It's not a good area. He's going to have to get a gate built completely around the school because you got to keep in mind, people may not pay to send their children to a school where it might be dangerous. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and then the busing where these kids are going to come. That's going to be a hard job. But the schools were built. They were already there. But what happened was somebody went inside the school and stole all the, you know how people steal the wiring and stuff like that?
Yeah, the copper and the metal.
Yeah. So that's what happened with the schools. And I just don't know why the schools ain't been open yet. Doesn't make no sense to me, but I mean, he knows better than I do. I just, then somebody had cracked the window. I don't know. I don't know why they're not done yet. He did get a painting done on the outside though. But, he's still trying, I guess. I don't know.
Well, ain't no time limit on when you train. It's when you saying you train and you ain't producing that it's a time limit on.
I just can't imagine what else needs to be done.
Been over a decade.
But you still got to have the backing of the people of Delaware. See, I keep telling people, Delaware is a small family type people. And if they don't like you and don't want to fool with you because you could do something to one of the Delawareans that hurt the city or hurt people, and the city won't want nothing to do with you.
I got a big mama in Delaware.
Oh, okay.
I got a big mama staying in Seaford, Delaware.
Oh, okay. But me and Dr. G is real close. And she used to be the president of the housing of, like when you want to buy like those dollar houses and all that kind of stuff. She was the president of all that. She ran all that. But you can't do nothing in Delaware if the state or the city is not behind you. You can't.
Well, they sure not behind him.
Well, if you're not gonna let nobody tell you anything, and let nobody help you, then how can somebody help you?
That's the same thing Marcus Garvey did when he tried to get his school.
Marcus Garvey had a whole lot of stuff, man. Marcus Garvey is probably one of the most misunderstood leaders in the history of our people's struggle.
Those schools would have been perfect too, because if you look at it, there are 3 buildings. One building could have been for the girls, one building could have been for the boys, and then it could have had recreation, like a gym. It's a gym inside the schools. I think two of the schools got gyms in them. And the way I was talking with him, explaining, I said, these girls, you can be the first one to have them separated and be taught to be around each other. That's why we got so much young pregnancies and things of that nature, because the boys and the girls are in the same classroom. They start going through puberty and they start sneaking. And like I said,
you got to also add to that, Sister Freedom, that they teaching them to be sexual as early as possible, which is not right.
That's not right.
Through the
They're not
music,
in the same classroom.
the TV shows, the movies.
Yeah.
Look, you
Please.
should not have sexual content directed at children under 10.
No, you should not. And at a certain age, they need to be taught to be around the opposite sex. They're not ready yet. And the little minds get so curious and they start in the puberty ages and they sneak. So that's why I do appreciate that with Islam. So the girls and the guys are not in the same classrooms. Because you need to be taught to be around the opposite sex.
You know,
To me, that was another trick the European played by putting us all in the same classrooms and all that. Everything seemed like a setup to me.
I don't trust none of this shit, to tell you the truth. Excuse my language.
I don't
Because
either.
every time we turn around, they got another trick to pull out the bag. So until this system fall, I don't believe nothing they say until I see it. And then I still question what I'm looking at to make sure I'm seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing versus what they telling me to look at.
Mm-hmm. Now the whole system seems like a setup to me. Everything about it is set up.
Yeah. You want to close this off, Sister Freedom?
Yes, I am. I want to appreciate both of you, chiefs, kings, gods, brothers. I'm appreciating both of y'all being here with us and the chat, hanging out with us on a Friday night. We could have been doing something else and getting in trouble, but instead we're here getting this knowledge, filling our brains and minds, and have something to teach our children coming up and to be proud of themselves for being who they are and not be wannabes to be being somebody else. So you can close us out with a word, Bride, and you can please both of y'all close us out with something and we can all say good night and sleep well.
All right, I go first. I let close us out. Appreciate y'all ladies for having me up. Appreciate you, appreciate the chat coming through, rocking that. And y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night.
Thank
Good
you
night.
very, very much.
I appreciate y'all inviting me over, Sister Freedom, Dots. And we're going to do this again. I don't know when, but, we're going to make some progress.
We got
So,
to.
yeah, for the people watching.
This is ready. We ready. We trying to put our sister thing together now. We don't know yet where we're going to meet, but we trying to meet, but we can do like a little small event. We've been talking about a lot of little stuff though.
I've been purposely avoiding events as much as possible.
Telling me to call you too.
Who? Who, Dots?
Yeah, she be like, yeah,
Freedom.
she be like, call Rod, see what he doing.
Freedom.
Ask him to come hang out with us.
Freedom. Check your thing.
Okay, baby.
Check your thing.
Okay.
I didn't mean to break. But I want to close out real quickly with this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I want to close out with what you started with, Rod, okay? When you was talking about the real, I forget how you phrased it, but you said something like the reawakening of the big mamas or the women, I believe, right? I don't want to misquote you. So I want to end like this because also, when the settlers came over, right? They also didn't see the women as threats, right? And because, of course, they always liked that pretty brown skin, it was easy for the women to become keepers of secrets, theirs and ours, right? And so the women were also able to pass that on. And oftentimes, like when people think of war, they may think of like a physical battle, but remembering that we have always been on the front line, right? And it's so important to protect your women because we've always done our best to protect y'all, right? And my Uncle Dorian always, he had a lot of motion in Harlem. I think I know what I'm talking about, right? And never ever kept too many men around him, right? That he trusted. He just wouldn't do it, right? And he always would tell us, his nieces and stuff, that, when a man needs real covering and protection and loyalty, women are his code of honor. So it is so important, and I do appreciate any time you guys always talk about that, just honoring, protecting, right? Uplifting, upholding, revering the woman. And that cannot be understated. That cannot be understated. So that's my closing words. And I also want to salute the chat, right? We definitely appreciate y'all. 1000%. You guys are awesome. So it's been real. It's been a good live.
Thank y'all. So we want everybody to have a wonderful good night. Rod, you want to say something?
And last thing I'm gonna say, in the words of Malachi York, above all, truth is truth.
Mm-hmm. That's the truth.
Well,
that's the truth.
All right. Good night.
Good night, everybody. I'm gonna end this thing. Good night.
Okay, good night, y'all.
Thank you again for coming and hanging out with us.
For sure.